Hello and welcome to the FIDE World Women's World Chess Championship match, and it is game number 4. I'm joined here by Grandmaster Toms. How are you doing today?
Hello, good morning, good day, good evening, depending where you are located. And yeah, I am doing great. It's a very very good day today, and in general, and also hopefully an exciting game on the board.
Indeed.
Uh,
Yeah.
yeah. So, what are your expectations from today? Uh,
Yeah, I'm hoping that one of the mods are going to create a prediction because so far my predictions have been on point. I've been gaining channel points like it's no man's business. It's great. Because yesterday I predicted that Jew was going to win, though that was more of a, you know, I don't mind losing 1,000 channel points just to put some money on the table, not real money, of course. But yeah, we have been seeing a dead drawn opening to middle game and then going middle game to end game, and suddenly, boom, it goes crazy. So there's no way to predict from a drawn middle game, even with the rook and pawn toms, as we have seen that it will be, in fact, a draw. What are your predictions for today?
uh, Normally in this kind of situation, I would expect it to be a rather calm game, and just generally, from experience watching some World Championship matches, I would expect it to be the case. Just that after a loss, two resultative games, and so on, now Tan is gonna take it calmer, and very likely it could be just end up with a draw if the opening doesn't go her way. But between these two players and with the way how they've been fighting for any chance. Uh, I'm really afraid to give this prediction, but it still feels like the correct one. And what do you think? Are we gonna see another long fight here?
So that's what I was going to suggest. Instead of predicting the result, could we predict the duration of the game? Though every time we put the ball in your court, Toms, you always predict correctly. But I don't know if it's that or whether you have been speaking things into existence. Because maybe you're the all knowing deity on this channel. So I think if it was my prediction for how long the game will go on, I'm gonna say 3 hours.
3 hours. Oh, in the length, not in the moves. Okay. Uh, 3 hours. I would go with hmm, 3.5 today, maybe.
Okay.
A short game, but not like super short.
And what about the first move? Because now we have Tan playing with the white pieces once again. So what do you think?
I think she could try once again c4. I think it's very likely that she is gonna repeat that. It was quite successful in her first try, and for sure it was not the only idea she had prepared there. So she could just give it another go, I think. What about you? You were very accurate with the predictions, actually, both with the c4 intense first game with white, then again e4 yesterday. Yeah, it was all on point. So, what are we gonna see today?
We spoke about how e4 could often lead to more tactical or more, open games or aggressive play and so on. So that's why I decided to choose e4 yesterday, and because I'm a huge fan of e4 in general. But today, I think we're gonna go with what I think chat chose this yesterday, but knight f3. I'm feeling a knight f3 today. What do you think?
Hmm, that's likely. Like knight f3 and c4, they both are heading more or less towards the same territory, very often. So, yeah, it's could be attempts as well. Some c4 structures through knight f3. Uh, but yeah, let's see. And how do you think the mentally who is right now feeling better in the match situation at this moment? I mean, after each player's exchanging blows with wins, does it favor any of the players, or do you think it is just that they are on the initial starting position and starting now 9 game match?
Yeah, they do seem to be rather resilient when it comes to bouncing back. I mean, we saw Drew lose a game in round two and then win a game directly after in round three. So I think that now it's our chance to see whether Tan prefers to consolidate and play more. Although she has been playing quite solidly from the start. Let's quickly move over to the main analysis scene because I'm seeing some moves come in. I was wrong. Oh no. Oh, okay. It's okay though. Can't be right all the time, like Tom's. Yeah, but I think both of them do have the potential to bounce back all the same. I didn't expect them to level the score so quickly, to be honest. Yeah.
Well, one scenario that's possible is that we are gonna try to go for repetition of another Ju and Jin match with multiple results to games in a row. Like when they started to exchange blows, then it was win, 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 win for a very long period of time.
Yeah.
So it is a possibility that now that they are gonna keep doing that. And we have also a completely different opening today on the board.
Mm-hmm.
Like so, in the previous attempt against c4, Ju and Jun opted for the setups with e5 and knight f6 and knight c6, just very very classical way. And this time she chose to go for a bit more calm e6, which has a big chance to transpose into some d4 sort of openings later on. And yet after knight c3, she again chooses bishop b4. I think this is not the most common move here at all. I think, yeah, d5 is just, if you go with d6, d5 is the way you continue here, and really you just try to get your opponent into the d4, d5 territory. And still knight f6 is often played just to wait it out, and bishop b4 is, I guess, just I'm playing one more time in the spirit of it being an English opening and not wanting to transposition into anything else, just to play position as it is. Are you familiar with this in any way?
Yeah, I like what you said there. It has a good chance of being transposed. Would that transpose into the Nimzo? Perhaps that would be the Nimzo Indian. What is the usual setup for black if you were to just draw us some arrows? What do you think the piece placement is going to look like in this game?
uh, I have no idea what is white gonna do right now. I'm gonna be honest.
Okay.
This setup is not very familiar for me. Oh, queen b3 is played. So yeah, now again we have to see if she's gonna play any of these moves,
Mm.
and that is gonna heavily going to affect how white is gonna set up his pieces. So every single one of those moves just change the position completely. Like a5 is, I guess, the most flexible in the terms of what you can do next. Because it doesn't commit any of your central pawns. Oh, no, okay, I didn't get it right. Even with 3 tries, we have bishop a5 on the board. Okay, wow.
Oh.
Uh,
Well,
this
your
is
abilities to predict have in fact been shown rather in the middle and end game. So don't feel too discouraged by your lack of predictions in the opening. Yeah.
wow, bishop a5. This is so curious, and it's quickly played. So this is her preparation for today specifically, and huh, this is just so unusual. Uh, since you can defend the bishop and in the same time develop some piece or just take control of the center like with moves like c5 and so on. So advantage of moving the bishop immediately. Whenever I see some move which is surprising in the opening, I always try to think what could be mm, the difference, the advantage of this move particularly. And here, bishop a5, just from the first glance, it's hard to see uh, what could be the advantage. Since if you do play with c5, this kind of setup, then oh, okay. She doesn't like knight b5 set probably as an option here. Maybe even then later with queen g3 hitting here and this diagonal. So this is why she doesn't feel like playing c5. And knight c6 is very committal because it goes in front of the c pawn, which can be very often dangerous in the d4 kind of setups. So bishop a5, my reasoning would be that it's just a flexible move, saying that queen on b3 is not really useful, so there was not much sense to put it there. So I'm just gonna retreat with my bishop, and then you still have no idea what I'm gonna do. Am I gonna go for c6, d5, and then bishop coming to c7, or bishop coming to b6, or am I just gonna go for d5? Or now later I just want to go c5, and I'll be more ready to deal with the d6 square because I have bishop coming back if necessary.
Mhm.
Uh,
Yeah, I agree. Keeping the options open are very good, and just maintaining the pressure on the knight in case the d pawn moves, then there'll be a nice pin. And what I also think here, Tom's, perhaps, is that since the queen is on b3, and why bishop a5 works so well here is that there's no immediate a3, b4 threats, which allows that bishop the chance to just play back and no loss of tempo there because the queen is blocking the b pawn. And g3 was played here.
And g3 seems very natural move.
Mhm.
Since if we develop the queen, then we try to make some point of this queen being there. And g3 allows us to play bishop g2 and target the b7 square somewhat more, take bigger control over the d5 square. So it seems like a natural response if you don't know any specific lines here. And I think, just judging from the time spent, that Ju and Jun did succeed in getting Gatan out of the book. That would be my bet. Of course, she's playing quickly in every sort of standard position, so g3 she could just reason out in these few minutes that she spent thinking, okay, this is the most natural way, kind of where to put a piece, and so she's just going for it without trying to figure out the opening. Because just objectively speaking, when you're playing, opponent is in preparation, you're not going to beat a stockfish just by the board, by figuring everything out perfectly. Even if you have some slight edge somewhere available, you're not going to find it. So the best thing you can do is not fall behind on time if you have a feeling where the pieces are maybe not the best standing, but you know that they are definitely good standing there. So, and g3, bishop g2 in this position is certainly the way. And I think that she's out of the book, and she just on the spot is improvising with this right now. And let's see if Ju and Jun had a deep preparation here, because just getting back to this point, bishop a5 is played in this position before, but it is in the popularity only move 4. So all the
Oh,
other three moves are way more popular,
yeah.
and bishop a5 just has very small number of the games. And then when we go to the g3, then from this position g3 is again the least popular move. So we are almost in new territory by move 4.
Incredible. I love that. But yeah, this could also be the first time ever in the match, and hopefully not the last time that we'll see Tan's time is actually lower than Juice. Oh dear. Yeah, so do you think that Black should play c6 here in order to prepare d5, or perhaps d5 immediately?
D5 immediately could drop a pawn, unfortunately, I think.
Yes.
Since we have those attacking, and if you do take now, they can take and still hit you on
Oh,
g7.
okay.
Even though this attacks the rook, but white, I think, is the first one to collect everything. That's a... yeah, that seems pretty good for white. We're gonna take on g8 with a check, and our king is perfectly safe, while this one is not doing so well.
That would be a very short game indeed.
So I would expect her to be now playing more for the control of the d4 square. I think c5 now is very likely a move. It does seem to make just a lot of sense to play c5, just logically speaking here, and then put knight on c6. As knight on c6, it's a good square for the knight, yet now it's not in front of the pawn. So the pawn is already controlling some central squares. So just from the first glance, it seems like a very, very normal position from black to play. And then we still can think if to put the knight on f6 or on e7.
What about
And
knight e5 here, Tom's?
knight b5, I wouldn't be too worried personally about knight b5 right now because I think d6 is good enough since we no longer have this queen g3 with a double attack.
Okay.
We took away the square and it's hard for me to believe in moves like queen d3 really. That's just shouldn't work by what I understand from chess, but maybe it does. Modern chess tends to prove me wrong all the time, and just what feels like it should never work is
Yeah.
getting played frequently. But I think
So
knight
bishop
b4
e7.
just
Oh, okay. Because I was looking at knight takes d6, then perhaps just king f8. I don't know.
yeah away from the checks. Yeah,
Okay.
otherwise we would have a check here, but yeah. And now the knight is dropping since we still have to keep an eye on c2 square as well.
Correct. That does look like a very overloaded queen and a tough situation. Feels like a very me position.
Yeah, so knight f6. Yeah, we have a comment in the chat that there are 32 games left in the database, and knight f6 the main option. But there actually should probably be checked a little bit more carefully if knight f6 is exactly the main option in this position, or there, for example, were some cases that knight f6 was played before in some move, and then played the move later, let's say bishop g2, bishop b4, queen b3, some stuff like that. And very often the database gets confused and it shows that it's actually that many games in this position, but in fact it's been from different move order, and in this particular position maybe some other move is more useful. But it has a chance to transposition for sure then apparently to something that's been played.
Right, that's
Well,
true. It could just transpose and suddenly hundreds of games are available.
but I think this is the first time that we are early out of the book from the, from the, for both players' perspective. That's what yeah. Not only one player is well prepared, but Ju and Jun prepared a line that to surprise Tan, and I think it worked. I think that Tan is not really in her book. I mean, she's gonna be playing fast like she plays in all the games, but she's not gonna be blitzing out the moves like she does it when she is in the book. She just plays fast because I think she just doesn't believe in wasting time in the opening.
It's a very good belief system. I support that. And do you think that Ju is still in preparation, but just trying to review or remember the lines that she had worked on?
I think no. I think this is maybe queen b3 was something that she was expecting, and then after bishop a5 she was expecting some other like main moves, something if it happens. But probably the already like 2 moves back players played something that they didn't really play before, and expecting opponent to be surprised, and opponent tried to surprise them, and as a result, when 2 people are each trying to surprise each other, then what happens in 2-3 moves is that eventually you end up in the situation where nobody knows what's going on. So that would be my guess, and that could also mean that for the first time we could see slower opening phase and less time for the middle game, potentially, if you get some muddy position on the board with a lot of tactics.
Right, I love that. So the last person to surprise the other person usually has the opening edge. Noted. Yeah, I'm busy looking at the results from the candidates back in 2024 where Tan won. I remember seeing a lot of pictures from that event, including who Tan's second was or coach was at the event. I know it's a little bit early for trivia, but do you know who Tan's second was.
10 second.
Or perhaps I'm thinking of Lei Tinji. It could have been, yes, I think it was Lei Tinji's second that I'm thinking of. But it is a well
Oh,
known
okay.
grandmaster. Yeah, sorry. Back and forth.
No, I don't know who was late in Jay's second for sure.
I believe it
Uh,
was
for sure.
Rajabov for the candidates.
Okay, that's a very very serious lineup for the second,
Yeah,
and but also both of these players, I remember reading about it, and that they also had a very very strong team that they are working with for the match. But of course everything is not revealed. But what was known or predicted, yeah, that was of course very very serious. But I can't recall the names. Well, so maybe it's just Monday morning early, still not even through with my first coffee, so it's
yep.
just tough to recall these kind of things.
We have two reasons why we're not there yet: coffee and Mondays. I do agree with you there. Can add a +1. E3. All right. So probably with the idea of playing knight e2. And this I'm very
Right.
familiar with. I've played this with the white pieces before. Yeah, it reminds me of like a Botvinnik setup, but also something that I've used against the King's Indian attack with black. So if you just were to like reverse the colors, this is what I would play with black. Are you familiar with this structure?
The structure as such, yes, but I think what usually happens is we have a queen on d1
Hmm.
and the bishop is not standing on a5. That is what I would be more familiar with. But this is, uh, yeah, this is curious. This is
Mm.
interesting. Uh, the point, just to yeah, point out for the viewers, why would we want to not develop knight on f3 here, but why would anybody consider developing knight on e2? So the idea is that the bishop on g2 is controlling a lot of squares. And by putting knight on e2, white is giving this bishop as much space for attacking as possible. So you don't put the knight in its way. The knight on e2 doesn't do particularly very much here. And very often in the middle games, you do end up struggling on finding a square for it. But on the same time, you do keep your bishop very, very powerful. So in chess, most of the time, we have to do like choose something for something. So for 1+, we have to choose something that's not going to be so great in our position. And yeah, for that reason, yeah. So here e3 is played, and then knight is coming to e2 with a idea that bishop is strong. We're controlling d5 very, very comfortably. Then we will castle and try to prepare d4, break in the center, capture the center, maybe even going further also with d5, hitting the knight, and just and then if everything goes perfectly, if he gets d4 d5, then a bit later, once knight cannot go to d4 anymore, which would be a very strong outpost, then we could start launching a full pawn storm with e4, f4, and just go on crush black. So
Mm,
that's
looks beautiful.
imagining that black doesn't do anything.
Hmm. I'm more concerned about black's move knight to b4. What would white do?
Knight b4, wow. Going for the kill so early in the morning.
Mm-hmm. Would you have to move the knight on c3?
Yes, I imagine we would have to.
Maybe knight
This
e4
is,
even. Okay. Yes.
yeah, knight e4. Yeah, and now the c5 pawn is under attack, so it does need some protection. And after d6, I guess we can just push the knight back. And I don't know who benefited from this exchange. Maybe it's actually very reasonable, also a way to play from the black side, because the knight on e4 is not doing too much. It is in front of the bishop. It can be hit by some f5 tempos, d5
Hmm.
tempos, and if you do go back knight c3, then what really happened is we include the d6 a6 moves, and d6 a3, and d6 is for sure the more useful move here uh, between those two. So this is an interesting strategical idea that could be explored. Uh, but I would not expect anything like this from Jun here. She is out of the book, and I expect that she's just gonna try to also do finish development in a normal fashion. I enjoy actually these structures from the black side to play often, but for me, in this structure, that would be g6 and bishop on g7. And other than that, I could have exactly the same position.
Do you have
And
another dark squared bishop that we don't know about? Oh, right, just to mimic white structure, perhaps? And this idea, because then d6, e5, f5, as you mentioned with black. Yeah.
Yeah, and without the queen coming to b6, just try to get quickly this d5. And I feel like there is a rather easy achievable equality, minimum equality for black, with a lot of ideas that whenever white is actually trying to avoid equality, it's not that they can just choose between multiple equalities, but if they avoid it, then they end up wars. So this is the thing that I do like about this setup. But it could be the case now when we look at it reversed. Maybe this queen b3 doesn't make such a difference, and if we get knight e2 castle and really get d4, and then a bit later we just remove the queen from b3. Now it's doing quite a nice job of stopping d5, and then later, yeah, we can remove it and back to maybe more standard c2. And white could be having like a really, really nice position. Also b3, bishop b2 would be an option. And it's gonna come down to the fact, how are we gonna develop this bishop?
Oh dear.
Because
the light squared bishop nightmare.
It does feel uncomfortable to be developing it to b7 with the bishop on a5.
Perhaps with the d6, e5 idea, would black have to... Would black play knight e7 or knight f6? I don't know.
I think knight e7, it does help also to have some more flexibility in getting this bishop out, since the knight is protected, so we don't have to waste time being afraid to move these pawns. At least there is that. And I think that yeah, I really do think that in these structures, the knight on e7 is a more natural square if you actually get it there. It doesn't disturb the bishop. It tends to be a drawback for putting the knight on e7 that it's disturbing our dark square bishop. But that's why in the structures with g6, bishop g7, or now the bishop is also somewhere out, it has its own area where to work, so we don't really have to worry about it anymore. And knight on e7, it is it's doing a lot of good stuff, and it's keeping our position very, very solid.
And we see that Ju's spending quite a bit of time in this position. Why could that be?
I think she is realizing that white has a clear plan. She knows now basically next 3 moves, maybe 4 or 5 moves from the white side, and she probably doesn't like where it's going, and she wants to somehow stop this idea. Because if you just play very, very basic way, I don't know, like castles. Now, what is another basic move? Okay, d4, d6 is probably a basic move here. Do we want to go d4? Do we gonna go rook d1? Yeah, but even just this, you get here by doing moves a little bit faster, and then you are in the situation like, what next? How do I stop all the rook d1 ideas, the d5 ideas, how to evaluate this position? Yeah, even rook d1, e4, we can transpose to some Morozzi bind structure, even without playing d5 as well. And the bishop on a5 Do we give it up? Do we not give it up? Um, it's a lot of questions if you have not analyzed this particular position here.
Yeah. Especially because you don't really want the bishop on this diagonal or aiming towards the king side because you're just hitting a wall of g3h2. So now I can really see it coming into play where the bishop would be more useful on a square like g7. So maybe it wouldn't be a bad idea here for black to commit and take on c3. Perhaps this is what she's considering immediately, with the idea of bishop takes c3. If queen takes c3, maybe even queen f6. I don't know. Could be. I'm trying to pull at Tom's and not look at the evaluation via the engine. Yeah, this is my idea, especially because if white really wants the knight on c3, knight e2, knight ge2 is coming, and if bishop takes c3 later on, just knight takes, and the knight is quite active on that square. But at least with bishop takes c3 right now, white has to commit to putting a different piece on c3.
It's certainly a very interesting idea, I must say. Yeah, it has a lot of point really to be taking here right now. Exactly for the reasons that you explained, and like also I would agree this is an interesting option. It's painful to give up the bishop, especially that we kind of help that now this could come soon,
Oh dear.
but we don't get d4. We don't have queen a3, as I think queen a3 is met by knight b4 effectively.
Why is the engine unhappy?
Because engine really likes two bishops. I think just knight d2, and it just plays positionally with two bishops. Later again castle, rook d1 and d4. And knight e7 is on the board though. The most natural, I think the most natural square for the knight here in these positions. And yeah, and I did open up the Mega database, just to see.
Yeah.
And at least for what I have, there were still some games after knight f3, but after e3, it's supposedly a new position, at least from the classical games that I have in the database.
Whoa. And Lichess games?
According to the chat, there were Lichess games after knight f6. I don't know after knight e7. I'm not aware of that.
Okay, I am looking. There was knight ge7, and yeah, I think 3 Lichess games, 4, 5 Lichess games, where 4 out of the 5 actually led to white winning, and played at quite a high level, although according to Lichess ratings, I mean 2400. So wow.
Okay, so we are gonna head in this position after all, here with 97, and I think that now again we are gonna see a quick castle from Tan. Yes, it's happening, and yeah, I do like that she chose to go for 97 here. It just it does feel much more appropriate to have it there. You have way less things to worry about. Just way less things to worry about with a knight on e7 than with a knight on f6. Your position is more compact, like everything is supporting everything much more. And now the big question, I think it is for the black side. How does she prepare to develop the next pieces? Of course, we could try to use the fact that this guy is completely out of the game. Like completely. And maybe queen on b3. We could try to claim that it's a waste of tempo, developing a queen in front of the pawns in the opening. I don't know, just like if there's any moment when I think something like this could work, then it's now.
Okay, before the queen decides to retreat.
And before we manage with d4 to get all the pieces working.
Very true.
I mean, I don't know, just here, of course the critical line is white taking the pawn. White taking the pawn, and then we are trying to get a compensation for it. It just feels very, very standard to try something like this right now. Like we get a bishop out with a tempo, even bishop e6. Though we have knight f4 coming then.
Or grabbing on
Uh,
b7 if you're feeling extra spicy.
and there was a piece hanging, right?
Yes, I just meant in maybe a different universe. Or perhaps even after knight takes e7, but then I suppose just queen takes e7 would be
Yeah,
played.
exactly. Could we make something work for us here? I mean, we have some c4 ideas still for further tactics. We could get a knight on d3, for example, just block it all off. It would be a nice position. I'm not certain about bishop e6, but hmm. I know that in these kind of positions, very often engine computer feels rather comfortable, even just to play something like this. Like I would not be
Oh,
surprised if something like this would also sometimes be an engine line and
okay.
just threatening to take on d2.
Right.
And
And e4
even
doesn't
if you
make
do
any
this,
sense. Okay.
yeah, e4 does make sense, of course. But just like
Bishop a6. Wow.
yeah,
Yeah.
or
Goodness. This is rough.
it's or yeah, e4. No, it does of course make sense. But yeah, then some knight b4 and getting this knight to d3 actually, and playing for this bishop being bad and not caring to put pawn down for a few moves. And this bishop actually has some point because it's attacking on d2. Uh, yeah, and after bishop d5, perhaps we have some bishop h3 is actually a very serious move. Knight b4 is a very serious move. It's a lot to take, a lot to calculate. And if June is actually calculating d5 without being prepared for it, she might spend another 10-15 minutes on this move.
Yeah, I think there's a really good chance that after this tournament, Ju might get a watch sponsor so she can better monitor her time usage.
But I think it's very justified the usage of the time here, since here, if d5 works, you could solve all your opening problems. But if it doesn't work and you need to play something else, I think you are just bound to be playing rather uncomfortable position. Then I think we will be able to say that White has won the opening. Since we can't, like the normal setup exactly here would be somewhere to go for b6, bishop b7 or play it in this kind of manner, but we don't want to do this with bishop on a5. We just don't want to. So we can't set up a normal setup here. So that's why if we can't justify putting pieces like this in some sort of tactical line, it's gonna be uncomfortable.
Right. Is there another idea of playing a6, b5? Rook b8 maybe, because there's no bishop f4 to worry about. Perhaps it's a little bit slow then. I'm not sure.
Yeah, that is the worry that it's slow. It would be... Yeah, if we had an extra move, we already had rook on b8. I would be liking this a lot, but can we manage it? I think now we have to take because the pawn is hanging. Or we can play d6, but... No, probably we have to play d6 not to let the bishop out. At least to have some minus in White's position. Here. But what next? We are not ready for b5 just yet. And White could be still looking to improve. Maybe even knight f4 as an idea. With a plan to play
Or
d5 and
d5.
capitalize on this square length, like something like this as a plan.
Maybe you don't even have to take on e6. 95?
Yeah, 95, and now I was thinking takes.
Pawn
Uh,
takes. Bishop
Pawn
takes?
the knight
Oh,
e4.
would you take with the bishop there? Just to be like, inviting the knight to take it. At least you get your bishop out.
Yeah, still f4, and this is a monster
Never
bishop.
ends. Yeah. And where does the knight go? Problems. Well, the knight can go back to c6. But then 94.
Yeah, 94, knight g5, bishop h3. It's all coming, and we don't manage to play out our b5 idea.
Ouchies. Way too slow. Wow.
And this guy is suddenly irrelevant. There is nothing happening on any of these squares, so it's just an irrelevant piece on a5.
Mm.
That's the scary stuff here, yeah. So yeah. Yeah, that's just my reasoning on why I think that if there is a way to equalize for black, which according to the evaluation bar, it looks like there is. Of course, we have this hint. I'm not seeing any engine lines, but seeing just the evaluation bar, just next to the board, and then it just feels like it should be the move d5 right now, and making it tactically work. But you do have to sacrifice a pawn at least for some 3-5 moves. Yeah, that can be scary.
Indeed, that's why I suppose it makes sense to spend so much time in this position. And once you've figured out the pawn breaks, or at least how to get those pieces out, perhaps things would move a little bit more quickly, because an hour and 4 minutes after move, let me just confirm, after move 8? Wow.
Yeah, this is... If she doesn't manage, and also actually right now, if she does get scared to go for some direct line that could give her potential equality, then she's gonna be in a big time disadvantage in unpleasant position, which is like the worst combination.
There was a question in chat saying, how would you best analyze a position with very few master games? What's the balance of engine analysis, basic principles, and talking to other people? I think discussing a position, knowing about everyone's approach, of course everyone has a different style of play perhaps and different thoughts. It's nice to discuss it, but of course also relying on basic principles or familiarity with pawn structures and openings like this. You probably rely on that. What are your thoughts?
Well, the opening part of the game, if you want to like get to know it, I mean, you do have to use an engine, but depending on your level, I would say as a player, it's very important to consider that sometimes just just even having a little talk with a coach, like just somebody who is an expert in this kind of openings, playing it a lot, just much higher rated player, can be super beneficial. And yeah, like it's very common that you just learn the opening, you look at the lines and the evaluations and so on, but then if you don't understand the position, exactly the pawn structures, like the ideas, like the principles, what is important here, what's not important, then after those few moves that you can maybe check with an engine, eventually you have to play on your own. You're not going to learn everything. You're not going to memorize all the engine tree. That's just not going to happen. So you'll end up in the situation that regardless of the evaluation, you'll just be in complicated position where you don't know exactly what to do. And you can do just one move in completely wrong direction, which is against all the principles of this exactly pawn structure, like you mentioned, or of this piece kind of setup and so on. And just end up not even on equality, but just suddenly worse, because openings are generally getting built in a very logical way, like the moves, they're supporting each other, and that like the pieces are supporting each other. The pieces in the opening are set up in according way that they would be working in the middle game in an appropriate way as well. So you have to choose your middle game plans again according to the way you have set up the pieces in the opening. And yeah, so my point is that if you want to really understand some opening and you are on the lower end in the rating as a player and so on, I would suggest not following simply the engine lines, but do try to get some lessons with some coach, get some experienced players, somebody at least a few hundred points higher rated than you, and try to get this explanation on the reasoning,
Yeah.
because the why is, I think, the most important question in the openings rather than just moves in a zone.
I love that explanation. That's really, really well said there. And it's true, it's so complex. You know, your opening consideration influences your middle game that much more. And we also have two moves on the board, a6, which just made me go like, oh my gosh, and d4 immediately after that. And I like what you said as well about getting a coach who's a couple hundred points above you. I've often tried to do some preparation on my own, and one of the biggest mistakes I've made is assuming that my opponent is going to play absolute engine moves, even though they don't look natural. So, with my preparation, I tried to make the most human moves possible for my opponent, which has worked out a lot better when preparing, because that way the lines I do go over are the ones that happen over the board. So that's been super useful. What are your thoughts here now that d4's on the board?
Wow, I think I would, I don't know. I feel like this is a chance already. This game feels like a chance for Tan to give another blow. Of course, it's super, super early to say anything, but it looks like an opening win. Okay,
Oh.
that is that is the way I would describe it. Like, the game in the match, there's always the part of who is gonna win the opening.
Mm.
If black is completely equalizing, then black wins the opening, and also the or if white is actually getting some chances, the time advantage, getting the opponent out of the book, then yeah, the white wins the opening. And I think here the white has won the opening.
Yeah. Players have had incredible luck with the wide pieces so far.
Yeah, like but actually, the first two instances, it wasn't that where there were resultative games. I don't think it was just simply opening wins, right? The decisive stuff happened in the middle game.
Mm.
There was no like clearly pleasant positions out of the opening, like clearly with advantage. But of course, I don't know what is the evaluation right now, but I would imagine that it's already going somewhere to, like, if you look at the stock fish and like some bigger depths, I would assume it's already getting to 0.304 territory. That would be
Zero
my guess.
5. 0.5 even. Yeah, your evaluation is perfect. So you've been so familiarized with the engines that you've started becoming one. It's great.
I it just I have familiarized myself with being passive in these kind of structures with black from experience. From experience with a trial and error, unfortunately, and then I always am surprised that, oh, why am I in position so having so bad position. And then it just, yeah. Uh, so unfortunately, I'm mainly learning from my own mistakes, which is not the most effective way.
Yeah, learning from your own mistakes, that's a sure way to make sure you never make those mistakes again. Often, when you're learning from other people's mistakes, is when you're bound to still make those mistakes yourself. Okay, a quick d5. And did we miss a move in between? Because there was c takes d4. Okay, e takes d4 and d5. All right.
Wow. And now she goes for the pawn sacrifice. Oh, well, I'm surprised for
Oh,
it being done in this move order.
yeah.
Like, waiting for d4 and on then sacrificing a pawn.
hmm And yesterday we had an instance where there was an extra pawn on the c file, and now there might be an extra pawn on the d file. So wait, how could this turn out? Could we look at a line where this pawn sacrifice is accepted?
Yeah, I think that this is looking. For now, I'm not entirely certain what is the idea.
hmm
What is the idea? Bishop e6 doesn't work because we just take on e7 and we have d5 available.
Yeah.
Does she just want to take on d5 here? With the idea that d4 pawn will be weak, so we have to take with the bishop.
And maybe rook e8. No, but rook e8, bishop f7. So would
Yeah.
what would make sense here?
Bishop g4 would make a lot of sense to attack the knight,
Mm.
but I think then we just have bishop f3. And if we do exchange now, you still can't take on d4 as the b7 pawn is going to be hanging at the end. So it's still a pawn down.
My question is, why isn't it reflecting in the evaluation of the position? Perhaps there is a way to either trade off into an equal ending where there is a pawn down for black, or perhaps black is able to get the pawn back somehow.
But it did get a bit worse, the evaluation, I think, right? The bar went a bit higher.
Yes,
And
it is slightly better for white, yes. But not enough to convince me that white is just a clear pawn up. I'm assuming just black gets enough compensation through the developing of the pieces. And I would definitely consider giving up a pawn if my bishop on c8 ends up seeing the light of day.
oh, perhaps something like this, right? The
c8.
bar didn't go too crazy once I entered these moves.
Yeah.
Just playing without the pawn with the piece activity.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
Correct.
Yeah, now we can block on d5 and just try to survive.
Wait, would white have to give the bishop back if bishop h3 because rook e1? And then the knight could just move? I don't know. What would happen here? Bishop g2.
Yeah. Wait, why can't I go rook e1? What happens?
Oh, I was thinking that the knight could just move, putting pressure on the rook. And
It
something
can,
like...
I guess.
Oh, I suppose it's not anything major. Even rook c8 first?
Oh, we have knight c2 now.
Oh, knight c2. That's nice.
And the main goal is that bishop is hitting the e1 as well. Okay. That's a fun little tactic. But even this is supposedly not bad for white.
Yeah, I just want to look at the recommendation. Why is it showing better for black? Bishop f5? With the same idea.
And we are not in time to do anything. Yeah, because this is protected, so we can anyways go knight c2 or something. Okay, that's fun. So we do have to play bishop g2 here. And then you can exchange. But we are never gonna win the pawn back. It's gonna be there. I don't know what color to put the pawn in to make it more impressive, but it's gonna be standing there.
Yeah, blue is good, I think. Queen d5? Well, how would you even take advantage of some space here for black? And rook c8 with the idea of knight c2 and make things uncomfortable. Or
Yeah,
rook e8?
exactly. Something like this
Okay.
we could go for. And maybe here, like, we can develop pieces maybe in this manner, try to get the bishop out. But yesterday we had an example of what can happen when there is a pawn, which is supposedly an equal position, but you are not able to win the pawn back. It can become important. And I think white does need to accept the pawn sacrifice here. I think it just seems very, very natural. Also, I find bishop f3 just being kind of worried about all the attacks on the knight, but of course bishop g2 is also a very human way to play this one. And if you do start attacking the e2 too much, we can put the pressure on b7 pawn as well.
Yeah, I can see that there'll be lots of problems here with the light squared bishop for white. So perhaps black will try to exchange this bishop as soon as possible. And even with rook b8, that bishop f4 is quite rough. And we're still seeing how uncomfortable bishop a5 looks. Or is it actually serving a purpose now?
Well, now it does. We saw those lines where it's blocking the rook from coming to e1, which was very, very useful here. So, I mean, in this kind of open structure, yeah, it's having some point. Okay, and Tan takes. Tan takes already on d5. So this is what we might see. Uh, but I'm actually glad to see Ju and Jun going for d5. Uh, I thought that one move earlier, d5, was a little bit more natural because can't see the inclusion of a6 as being really that important for black. And now white's pieces at least are more out in the game than they would be with a pawn on d2 and e3. So my intuition says that d5 was supposed to be played earlier for easier equality and much more counter game for the pawn. But we still, yeah, I still like it a lot that she is going for d5. She's going for the pawn sacrifice and not trying to survive this passive position, but trying to solve the position. And even though Tan is calculating very, very sharply, very accurately, she is still playing fast. And somewhere, maybe it can mean that she lets this only move that hold on to advantage somewhere slip, and then with bigger piece activity, black can also look for initiative, of course, even being pawned down.
Hmm. I'm excited to see how she manages this, and I would be a little bit afraid going down a pawn and have a bit of PTSD. Yeah. Yeah, just
Yeah,
checking.
but I think she had very, very little choice. She just had to do something. And as we were looking at this line, especially like with an a6, like if you do play the simpler stuff, wait, after d4 here and after like takes and or d6 now, yeah, it gets very, very easy for white. There's so many active ideas. All the d5 moves, the d6 pawn is gonna become weak. Rook is gonna come to d1, attacking there. We're gonna open the d file by force. Even d5 now is also by force already opening some stuff. As this bishop is not closing, if you do take, then we have this wonderful square on d5 where the other knight is also gonna join in. And again, the bishop from a5 now is just gonna be again irrelevant. So, and there was no time to really get anything like a6 on the board as well, since if you play simply d6, we have rook d1, queen c7, and even just these ideas, like knight f4, I'm not sure if it's the strongest one in any way, just one of the ideas, and then getting d5 and quickly opening up the game. Yeah, this can be...
Yeah, this is what we took a look at a little bit earlier. Oh gosh. So
Um,
choosing between bad and worse, it feels like. But not so bad. I mean, Ju's a very active player, and yeah, I know that for a fact. She knows exactly what she's doing here. And the question is, will Tan take the pawn? Is it the
Oh, I
only
think
move?
100%. I think now, after she took CD, I think she is already committed to taking the pawn.
Mm-hmm.
Since she did have an option to keep this structure as it is or look for some c5 moves, I think, but if since she took the pawn so quickly, I think she's gonna take it. Like the setups like rook d1, knight f4 to put the pressure there,
Mm-hmm.
that can be very much. This is the kind of equality that is black can achieve. Like it's slightly worse, but it's all holding. Nothing is falling in those positions. And I don't know really how much the bishop on a5 changes things. Like the structure is familiar to me, but the bishop on a5 is the oddity here, and I don't know how to approach it at all, as a plus or as a minus for black. But bishop e3, wow, okay, she
Not
does go for a
taking the
small approach.
pawn. Ooh, are we going to see a bishop takes c3 here? Or bishop e6? Question mark, question mark, question mark.
Yeah, trying to calculate a bit. Uh, did you already manage to? calculate some of the lines here?
Me?
Or
No, I have not. I'm still looking. Go ahead, please. If you want to play anything on the board, I'm following.
no, no, I just yeah, bishop c3. Just wondering as well about it. Like if it just simply helps the knight, or it does achieve something. Because we do lose b7 pawn here,
Oh, okay. Let's go one
and
step back. I don't like bishop e6 anymore.
but if she didn't want to play take on d5 now the previous move, then I don't think it's gonna be very dangerous to take in the next move as well. So, but she took on c3 already. Ooh,
Oh, what
nice,
happened?
nice intuition.
Let's go.
Nicely done. And but I want maybe knight a5 she's gonna play next, and then bishop e6.
Oh, knight a5 looks really good because then you're forcing the queen away from the attack of the pawn and you're still defending the knight with the queen. Where would the queen go?
So we take with the knight.
Yes.
Knight a5. I would be going to b4, I guess, at least to keep an eye on those knights here.
Repetition?
And, oh, you can do that. And then maybe queen to c5. Oh, but then we have b6. Yeah, that's a very good question. What can we do better than the repetition here? Wow. I'm surprised. I'm very, very surprised by this. And bishop b3 move, because we are just gonna be any of the positions that we play with the bad bishop. Like this is just a bad bishop. It's never gonna be like a very, very powerful one anymore. So
So it's not a good bad bishop, it's just a bad bishop. Knighted.
if we do remove both of these pawns, then it can become a good piece. With removal of both d pawns, but I don't think it's gonna happen. Black is not going to allow that. And I also like how quickly Wen Jun now took on c3. Like she was thinking about all the strategical things on the long, yeah, when she had the long think before, and now she's playing quickly. And knight a5 on the board.
Yeah, definitely necessary. Sorry, go ahead. This is?
Yeah, just my inner coach was again kicking in and just wanted to point out something again, like what
Go ahead,
people
yes.
can be learning from. That she did spend a lot of time in the opening, and to figure out the plans, and now she's making moves faster. Like if you do spend a lot of time in some initial moves to understand where to go, what to do, then you cannot keep spending time on every move. You gotta go, like you gotta need to speed it up. You come up with a plan, and then you have to do a bit quicker moves. And this is what we are seeing happening right now. She did come up with a plan, and now she's catching up on the time, at least on the number of the moves. Of course, the time she's down on the clock, but I think it's not that important how much time she has on her own, but important is how much time she has in relation to the number of moves played.
And queen b4. I'm trying to avoid looking at the engine. Are we going to see at least one repetition here?
I think so. It seems very natural to ask the question, where do you go with the queen? Like, just to get away from attacking b7. This is really what we want. White queen not attacking on b7, so knight c6 seems nice. I don't think we want to go with knight c4 ever here, since the bishop is anyway bad, and we want to focus on the position being more solid.
Yeah. At least this way, the pressure on d5 would subside a little bit. Because I can't imagine what must have gone through Tan and Ju's mind when d5 was available for capture. My heart would be pounding. Are you going to take it? Are you? And likely at my level, well, at least 90% of the time, it is, in fact, taken. Unless I'm really good at calling a bluff, then there you go.
So knight
Oh, it's
c6.
played.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hmm.
Oh, we've transposed back into the database. What? Let's go take a look.
The Lichess database, I guess.
Oh, I'm not sure. Let's go back one move with this position real quick. Um, yes, Lichess database. And only one game winning for black. It was played at a 2000 level. Okay. Oh, sorry, were you making moves? That was
That's
me.
what we were looking at before, yeah.
Yes, okay.
But we do have this position right now. And so I'm confused on why Tan didn't calculate longer taking the pawn. It was just so critical in this position, and she has a lot of time on the clock, and she does risk allowing relative equality for black, and also allowing now a lot of easy moves for black, which is also I think a minus when you want to be playing for a time advantage.
Mm-hmm.
So now just yeah, like already three quick moves done in a row after bishop e3, and now okay, 56 minutes after move 40, it's 14. It's still not great, but it's already better. It's already way better.
Indeed, especially with the time situation, I think she's trying to recover from spending. Yeah, the move times would be good to see, but I'm assuming something like 15 minutes at least on one of the opening moves when they were both trying to out-prepare each other, or at least look at lines that the other wouldn't even imagine would be played here. Queen b3, queen a4. What could we see, chat? What do you think? But you're ready to summon, right? This should be your first summoning moment. I feel like we've already passed that opening stage. You're going into the middle game now. So what's your prediction?
I I would predict queen a3 as a move here,
Queen a3.
just to get away from the at least scope of those knights.
Mm-hmm.
Although, what do we have after queen a3, b5? I guess queen c5 is just good enough. Here, rook c8 coming. Who does this benefit? White or black? It's not clear to me at all what is happening in this position.
No, but I think I would go with black. The queen feels misplaced even though nothing can attack it right now. Yeah.
Now we're taking on a5.
Oh, but the... Oh. Queen b5? Not queen b5. Never mind, ignore me.
Yeah, it would be black to move, for example, here. Oh, but we have also some knight f5 options, as d5 is well guarded. Yeah, it doesn't seem like anything going on for white, really. So, So Tan does want to play this game on. She does want to play for a win, but I think we already can safely say that she doesn't want to take too big risks today. That's why she didn't opt for taking the pawn on d5. She was worried about the counter play that black could achieve. So far by both players, the approach is that they want to try to play for wins, but they want to do it in controlled way. They don't want to be just going in the crazy calculation battle.
Reserving energy and playing it safe. Would you say that that's your style, or do you like to go deep into calculation and take your opponent into deep dark woods?
I guess I do like to go for crazy positions, but not in a deep calculation. Just go for them.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Like I don't I don't mind an interesting game, even if like even to lose an interesting game, I don't mind it so much if it's just a hard fought out battle
Hmm.
and yeah, it just didn't work out and that's it. Um,
Okay, so I have a task. It is the first official trivia question of today. Are you ready?
okay, let's try.
Okay, and chat, you can participate as well. So, Toms, if you do know the answer right off the bat, you can just tell us you know the answer, and we'll give chat like a couple seconds to guess, and then you can share it with everybody. All right. So, in Tata Steel last year, so 2024, Ju earned her biggest win of her career, and it was in the fifth round, I believe, against the current or the then world number six. Who was it?
Yeah, I think I know this one.
Okay. So, chat, no Googling, no cheating. Who do you think it is? Ju earned her biggest win of her career. Exactly. Yeah, you want to share it with us?
Yeah, yeah, I had the same thoughts as chat. Yeah, Firuza. Exactly. Yeah.
And okay, as a two part, okay, well done for knowing. In the last round of the same tournament, she drew against which grandmaster?
The last round. Oh wow. I have no idea who she played in the last round at all. I would be completely just guessing. Uh, so 1 out of 12 could be my
1 out of 12.
percentage.
Okay, I'll give you a clue. He's definitely one of the top players in the world. He holds a very important title, not just grandmaster. And this was at the time.
At the time, that she didn't draw with Carlsen. Was it Anand or no?
So close.
Gukesh. Gukesh, as the chat is suggesting. Yeah, I don't know, to be honest, who played precisely in this year in Tata Steel.
So at the time he was world champion. It was Dingley Ren. She drew against Dingley Ren in the last round,
Oh, okay.
which I think is a really nice result for her fellow countryman, and ended up scoring 4.5 and gaining rating. Let's go. Looking at the facts here. But amazing win, don't you think, against Faruja? That's incredible.
Well, certainly to beat those guys, that's tough.
Yeah.
It's just even if you get a good position, uh, to convert on it, that is the hardest part. I think they get a lot of bad positions. Like everybody's gonna get bad position at some point, but the way they defend them, this is the really impressive part.
Hmm.
And winning them, yeah, just takes a lot of precision, a lot of hard work, and just a lot of skill. Just you really need skill to beat anybody in this level.
That's true. That brings me to my next question before we take a look at the current position. What is your biggest win in your chess career?
In the classical chess, my biggest win is I'm not sure which one was bigger. They were in the same rating range, more or less, when I won both of them. But it was McShane, look, and
Wow.
uh, and the other one was Almasi, Zoltan. So
Okay.
yeah,
Goodness.
they are that.
That's
That
incredible.
those were two very good games for me. I
Yeah.
tend to have those moments that I just play suddenly a very good game, but at the same time, like I play a terrible game.
But yeah. Yeah, I gotta go look
Well,
those games up and see.
yeah, I think Anna, the question was about the chessboard, not in life, about the biggest win.
Oh. Yeah, well, actually, I was asking about your biggest win in life. Um, but I'm glad you mentioned the two biggest wins in chess. No, I'm just joking. I know for sure his answer would be different. Oh, this is so funny. Thank you for the laugh today. Wait, it's Anna's birthday today?
Yes, it's Anna is here in the chat and so on. So yeah, big
No
shout out
way.
to Anna and happy birthday to one and one, the one and only wonderful Anna Kantana Chess on Twitch.
Oh, that's amazing. Happy birthday, Anna! I'm really sorry that we had to steal Tom's for commentary today, which is unfair. We should actually just relieve him of his duties on this very special day for very good reasons.
Yeah, that's up to the players. They should just be aware of it and
Yeah,
should have repeated the position after knight a5, knight c6.
they should have. How dare they not know that it's Anna's birthday? Honestly, I thought they knew everything about all Tom's predictions. So bishop e6 was played. Okay, so we got your queen a3 after b6 though, and then bishop e6. Thoughts?
So she's keeping the b5 still there. I guess it's not running away anywhere, but we are not giving up the c5 square before anything happens there. So I think that black is doing completely fine here. Despite white having two bishops, I can't imagine anything too serious happening just now. Although there's one drawback to not playing b5 immediately, and that would be knight a4 availability somewhere.
For
So
the
we do
outpost.
yeah, we put pressure on the b6 pawn, and if ever b5 comes, then this is the dream square. And if I do land on c5 with the knight, I'm all of a sudden liking white a lot and white's chances in this position. So is knight a4 now a concern, or do black have something very, very concrete how to deal with this potentially annoying knight there? My next moves could be something like queen b3 and just to attack the b6 pawn to provoke it forward.
Yeah, I'm trying to catch up with analyzing the position. And it's tough because if you try to improve your pieces, so for instance, knight to f5, then immediately you have problems with the knight being unprotected. And this is something I think you mentioned earlier on, is that you try to protect all your pieces to avoid any tactics against you. So this already would fall in the really bad category. Yes, you're putting pressure on a bishop, but you're also leaving your knight on pre. So how do you even improve your position here for black?
Well, knight f5 actually does have a lot of points, since I think we draw out the queen to d3 as we need to defend the d4 pawn now. So that is some improvement.
And Tan
the
could be
next step-
saying, yeah, I didn't want to take your pawn, but you can take mine, that's fine.
She could actually be saying that. That is true. Because it would open up a bishop attacking a b6,
Oh,
and that I think with the d4 pawn, I would like this white's position even more than I like it now. So without d4 pawn, sorry, that's strange, but sometimes it is like this, that if you remove one of your pawns, your bishops become so powerful that your position feels more appealing all of a sudden.
yeah.
So maybe we don't protect it, but we do something else than like forcing. But we do take with the knight from c to d4, and the next move we want to take on e3. So that doesn't exactly work out. But she didn't play knight a4. She played the simple developing move, rook ac1, which is always going to be a good move. Put the rook on the open file.
Yeah.
Whenever you don't know what to do, and you don't have rooks on the open files, just do that. And it's, unless you blunder something somewhere else, it's just going to be a good move.
You don't want to blunder something somewhere else. That is not...
I don't want to give like an absolute advice, and then somebody has a piece hanging and he puts a rook on an open file and says, but Tom said to put the rook on open file, it's always going to be good.
Yeah, it's like a play at own risk. Toms cannot be held accountable for any loss of pieces. Yeah, nice
Yeah,
disclaimer.
we should have this small writing somewhere at the bottom of the screen that
Yeah,
we are not accountable for your lost pieces.
exactly. This disclaimer is actually it should be a legal requirement. So Lichess, for the next overlay, we need that disclaimer, please, so that Lichess cannot be sued for future blunders and emotional distress. Yeah, because along with the true crimes, I said, oh, I didn't actually mention this. My mum has been super hooked on true crime episodes, especially watching them on YouTube. Have you ever been into that sort of thing?
Uh, what is true crime?
True crime. So when they discuss court cases of certain murders in real life or like incidents of like crimes committed and stuff like that. So it's more supposed to be for entertainment, but it's also a real story.
Hmm. Yeah, I've never been into that, let's say. Never, I was not aware something like this exists.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So along with that, I'm also forced to listen to a lot of like court cases and like legal terminology. So sometimes I dub myself a lawyer with the things. Anyway, so bishop to f4, going off topic.
And your
Giving up the
prediction
pawn.
of giving up the d4 pawn has
I
come
was
true.
joking.
You very
Ah,
well know that already that we are not allowed to joke, that everything is taken seriously here.
okay. So what if knight c takes d4?
Knight c or knight f. Uh, I guess we just go rook d1 and
Mm-hmm.
we try to tangle all the black's forces. The rook cannot move, the knight cannot really move, this knight cannot move, the bishop cannot move. So we are playing for the fact that black cannot move.
Maybe the other knight should take instead.
Yeah, the other knight, rook f d1, and now we at least have some b5 plans. Or queen f6. We do also get queen f6. Although that drops the pawn on d5. Oh,
Ah,
that's uncomfortable. Queen d7. Okay, that doesn't drop anything immediately. But then we do get bishop e3 and we pick up the b6 pawn.
okay.
I do like this move. Bishop f4. Keep the two bishops. Don't care about the pawn. Like, if you're going to give up the pawn, then don't bother defending it at all. Like, what's the point? Just activate all your pieces. And this is a nice idea. Hmm. Very, very nice idea. And I wonder if knight f5 was actually a good move. I guess according to Evaluation Bar it was a good move. But it's uncomfortable for black, certainly, to be taking this pawn now.
We should have a bingo card. And on that bingo card, it should say every time Ju June is at least 20 minutes below Tan's time. So a daily Lichess bingo card. Perhaps we should release that and have that during the broadcast. So every time Tom's predicts a move correctly, every time, the time difference is 20 minutes or more, I think that's a great idea.
So you're saying the games are not fun enough. We have to spice
No!
them up.
No, don't put words in my mouth. Of course, I'm not saying that. Goodness, the games are great. And even the conversation is very, very instructive. I'm having a great time. Now, ... Will Ju June accept the pawn? Because we saw Tan reject the pawn sacrifice, and now Ju June might also, just because she's very kind and courteous, might say, "You can keep your pawn, milady." But what are the other options if she doesn't take the pawn? Let's see.
It's actually hard not to take the pawn right now anymore. I think in the previous move, like here b5, I think was a serious move to play as well. Especially now that white played this rook c1, again no knight a4, then b5 had the point. Like there was an alternative idea, trying to force the queen to c5. Probably it's not going to go to c5 any longer, since we are one tempo down compared to the lines that we were looking at previously. So queen b3, and then some were trying to get a4 or just regroup the knight. So that was an idea, alternative. But now after knight f5 and bishop f4, you have to take, I think.
Is b5 an option?
b5 might run into queen c5 in this moment. Knight is attacked, and the d5 pawn is attacked. So in case you do something like rook c8, I wonder, what is this?
Ooh. Because you can't stop
That-
knight e2 check. Can you? Unless you take on c8, but I don't see that happening.
Knight e2, and also the d5 hanging.
Oh,
That's
so
a
many
lot of
things.
So you can do that from the white side. So no queen c5.
Would white have to play knight e2?
Knight e2, defending, attacking. Of course, I'm always looking for tactics, so I was looking at something like this. And now, like there are two ideas. One is to sacrifice an exchange to take on c6 and to play for two bishops.
Yeah.
That's probably the least serious one. It doesn't seem to be likely to work because the minimum that black has, they can take on d4.
Yeah.
But maybe they can play even without an exchange. So the other idea was just to take, and now play rook c5.
I do like that.
Right.
Queen e6.
But
or queen
e6
d7.
Yeah, but queen d7 is the problem.
Oh, I see.
And I don't have a way to win back the knight, unfortunately. So that doesn't work. That is just losing. So no tactic in this way. Any other tactic? Knight e2 is very, very
So
very
I got
boring if you're
yeah.
white.
I got b5
you're
from
white.
the engine, but the rest I'm trying to solve myself. So if they play b5, I
Oh.
can't take any credit for that. Yeah.
Judging from how hard it is to find a good move for white after b5, it seems to be like a very serious candidate move here. Also humanly, just when you think about the position, you're trying to calculate what is your opponent going to play against it. And if you don't see anything kind of easy and nice for your opponent after your move, then that makes you calculate this move more and more. Since here takes, we already have knight e2 threat.
So maybe just queen d3? And the knight might have to go back to f5.
Perhaps queen f6 first.
Rook fd1.
And now knight f5. And these are the type of positions where white does have a full compensation for the pawn because of the two bishops. But just imagine, like, if you play this game on, at some point you gotta take the pawn back. So you do have two bishops, but like on the board you have two bishops, but in reality you don't have two bishops because you will have to take the pawn on d5 at some point, and you're gonna lose the bishop pair.
Okay.
And then black should be pretty fine to play this one on.
All right, so Toms, shall we take this opportunity to go on our first break of the day?
Yeah, let's do that. Let's let Ju and Jun think. Does she take the pawn? Does she go for b5? What is gonna happen next? Been a very, very interesting opening so far. A lot of turnarounds, a lot of surprises, at least for me. And I'm excited to see what's gonna happen also further.
We'll see you soon. Grab some coffee, chat, and we'll be back in a moment. and welcome back after the break. Hope you guys have your coffee. Tom, did you get a refill?
Oh yes, I hadn't finished the first one, but I did get the cup full till the till the brink. Yeah, so it's
Oh
nice.
my
Oh,
gosh.
you can see that it's a
Yeah.
very big cup of coffee.
Yeah, I've always said that there's only two reasons that you, or rather two versions and two reasons rather. Two reasons you can double park a beverage or that you have permission to double park a beverage. Number one, it's coffee. Number two, it's free. So, and the third reason we reserve for private streams because that has to do with beverages of an alcoholic kind because happy hour. So yeah.
Yeah, the free part is so very true. It's amazing what happens when something is offered for free that people
Mhm.
are just, okay, I gotta have all of it.
That's true. Have you ever experienced free coffee? Or probably
It
at a
does happen,
tournament.
yeah, in the tournaments sometimes it does happen, and yeah, it usually ends up very badly, as
Oh
during the
dear.
round, the amount I consume is not healthy, not healthy at all. And it just, and it's especially bad at this if opponent is thinking a lot, like after every move. So you have a like you spend some time thinking, like you drink your coffee and so on, and then you get up and okay, there's coffee, so you gotta go for a refill,
Hmm.
and like this after every move, and yeah, at the end of the round, that's a lot of coffees.
Very, very true. So there was a move that came in, Rook F to D1, right? I'm not sure how long ago that was. I wasn't checking the live board. But if we were to look at the clocks, I have something very important to note, Toms. Jun Jun has 29 minutes left, and Tan Zong Yi, I know that I'm mispronouncing. I think you taught me how to say her surname or her last name, and I completely botched it. But Tan Zong Yi has an hour and 10 minutes.
That is a big time advantage,
Mm-hmm.
and yeah, for me, the biggest thing is to be on 29 minutes after 19 moves. This is the main concern that we have to play 20 moves of middle game only with half an hour on the clock. Okay, with 40 minutes on the clock because we just technically till we get to move 40, we're still gonna get 10 more minutes, but still, that is little. That is only 2 minutes per move,
Mm-hmm.
uh, and that's quick. That is very small average time that you can afford to spend on every move. And now, after she did decide to take on d4,
Mm-hmm.
I did like your suggestion about b5 before.
Okay.
That doesn't
Okay, I'm
sound
glad.
good. I guess that's one of those phonetic things. I guess b5
Yes.
b4 before.
When you put
So
then and then next to each other. Then. Yeah. So Rook
yeah, I don't
Eight
know how it's in
D1.
English. Actually, I'm not familiar in the grammar, but when you speak properly in Latvian language, this is something that Latvian language teachers are always super harsh on. That it's considered grammatically incorrect to put those things that sound phonetically wrong together with each other, that kind of blend together.
Oh,
And this is already just a mistake if you do that.
I had no idea. That's crazy. But your
But
English is really, really good. How many languages can you speak?
thanks. But yeah, it's just English and Latvian really, and then
Okay.
other languages they're on low level. Let's say that. I can understand. Uh, I can fully understand Polish. Just I would say like 95% of everything that's spoken, but it's very tough to speak for me. And that's the case for with all the Slavic languages, that it's very hard to speak. Somehow my tongue cannot really make those twists necessary to pronounce those words,
Oh, wow.
and I end up just very quickly picking up to understand languages, but I'm not unable to say anything in them.
That's so interesting. Because I know that there are some familiarities in languages such as like the Germanic, where you'd have Dutch, Flemish, German, Afrikaans, which is a South African language, often having a lot of similarities. Would you say Latvian does at least have a few similarities with some Slavic languages?
With Slavic languages, almost none.
Okay,
It does have similarities with exactly some German, some English, some Scandinavian, I guess, a little bit as well.
okay.
But with the Slavic, I think just the least amount. Mainly
Oh,
the
wow.
slang words, which have been adapted into the language
Mm-hmm.
already. They are coming from the Slavic languages,
Okay,
but it's not that many.
very cool.
So yeah, Anna's first impressions when she was faced with Latvian language was always like that this is some beast of its own. Like it's just not like nothing else. It's just so weird.
How is Anna's Latvian?
She's actually very good. Like she's getting better and better at it, just naturally, and still not fluent, but she is she's able to communicate on relevant topics, like all around what's happening. Uh, I would say quite good. I don't know how comfortable she is, so I didn't want to say comfortably, but yeah, the word to describe it is comfortably, actually, from my point of view.
Yeah, I can imagine learning a language for the first time that have no similarities to your original language. But Anna is Polish or
Polish, yeah.
Polish. Okay.
Yeah,
Wow.
that's the reason why I can uh, understand Polish.
Oh, lovely. Yeah, I think Polish is also an equally difficult language to learn.
Yeah, there are Anna and my son. They are together making fun of me, as there are some sounds in Polish that for them are two different sounds, but for me they both sound like exactly the same thing.
Oh
And then there are
dear.
words which mean different things. Like if you change this one sound,
Hmm.
it's just completely different meaning of the word. And for me, both of those are just the same. So it's like I have to catch from the context what is said because it could be a person's name, or for example, the biggest difference for me is yeah, there's different versions of the sound sh, and for me it can change the meaning. For example, from the person's name to porridge. I don't know which
Oh,
one it is.
oh my gosh, that is hilarious. Okay, so you could be calling them porridge. Yeah, just play it off as like, yeah, it's a term of endearment in Latvian, to call someone porridge. Oh, wow. I think that's lovely. The more languages you get to learn or at least know, the more you can communicate with others around the world. And I feel that's super useful as a chess player to be able to understand the gossips of today.
And what about you? How many languages do you speak?
Oof. All right, so I speak three and a half languages. Um, English, home language, Afrikaans, grew up with it, and the third one is nonsense. I'm very fluent in that. And the half is like me trying to learn Spanish at the moment. Yeah, it's going very
Oh, that's
slowly.
cool.
Yeah, but I love it. Last year, a friend and I, we spent a couple days in Pontevedra where we attended a training camp as well as played a tournament there. And the training camp, everything was in Spanish. Not a single thing was in English. We had someone who helped us translate certain things, but the way we went from like zero to hero was amazing. We picked up on the piece names, the numbers, some crutch words like and then or captures or checkmate and so on. So we learned quite fast. Yeah.
Oh, that's incredible. This is like the dream if you want to learn some language to find your to really put yourself in this scenario where you have no choice. You just have to speak it, understand it, and this is the struggle that in European countries everybody speaks English, so you are very very naturally lazy to learn new languages.
True, true. But then
Yeah,
I've also found that some organizers of tournaments are very much set in their own ways. So to speak their language could be to be in their good books. So there's some advantages, the speaking other languages too.
Yeah, I did want to learn Spanish. This is one of the languages which I do have some basics in, but it was just long, long attempt to learn it through Duolingo, and I wouldn't say it was too successful. And now I
Or
switched, and now I switched to trying to learn some French, also on Duolingo already for some time, but it's just going very, very slow and
yeah,
very unproductive.
French is tough. How far do you think you got there? So basic conversational skills.
The same like with other languages. I don't think I'm able to speak, but I think I'm able to maybe pick up some, understand some sentences, some conversations, or especially on the paper, I think I could understand something.
Oh.
Um, but when it comes to speaking, this is like super, super tough area for me. It's always been with all of the languages, also within English. It was for a long, long period, just big struggle.
I do find that interpreting a language, like you said, either reading it or listening to conversation is much better than compiling the sentences yourself because there's so much to consider. There's not only the vocabulary, but the grammar, and that is the toughest part uh, with a new language, at least what I've experienced. Yeah. What?
Yeah, this is,
Mhm.
uh, yeah, for me, this is exactly the trouble that I don't know any grammar for any language. I just I can speak what I have heard before. So just from the memory, it's setting up everything. And so once I reach the point where I have heard this language enough, I'm able to really speak in it or understand it. But before that, yeah, just listening and taking it in.
Somehow your volume cut off, and I'm not entirely sure how. Could we do
Okay.
like a testing? Oh, it's back. Okay, I'm not sure what happened. Yeah, I just like slipped out for a second.
Oh,
Um,
no idea. Maybe it was some noise cancellation. Maybe I spoke in some wrong pitch and it just canceled my
it
my
might have
laughter
been.
or something.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think you have to start singing for us, so it can just remain at the same pitch. There. Sounds like you
Wait,
went
but not,
underwater. No, the
it's
audio is
still
much
bad?
better now. Sorry?
It's bad? No, it's bad or it's fine?
It's fine. It just like slipped out for a couple seconds, and you're back again. Yeah.
Okay. What do you think? Should we take a look at the board?
Let's. One more question though. What is better, the French language or the French opening?
Oh wow. That is that is a great question to make me uncomfortable.
I'm setting myself up for failure, to be honest, so don't worry. Yeah.
I For me, the problem is that for me, both of them don't make much sense as such.
Ouch.
So it is very hard to answer to this question because I don't understand how the language functions
Yeah.
because it's a lot of things seem very illogical for me there. And the same thing is always been that French opening as well. I don't understand how it is possible that by playing in this kind of manner, the opening is still fine. uh,
Oh dear.
so
Okay.
so yeah, it's I think it's about a tie for me.
Hmm. So
So-
the answer is C, French fries.
oh yeah, that's a winner.
Yeah.
That I do enjoy.
We do have a really good chat suggestion. So just for the audio check, 1212, you could sing Happy Birthday.
I think there's nobody with a birthday around here, luckily, at the moment. Yeah, and I don't think
Are you sure about
you're gonna
that?
enjoy me thinking. But yeah, I don't think me singing is a good idea just here. Let's keep my input on the chess side. And
We have a move. So there was knight b5. If we go back a few moves, sorry for getting us so distracted from the position. This is all my fault. So rook d1, knight b5, and captures with queen to b3, putting the queen in line with the bishop intentionally, but also attacking on b5. and on d5.
And yeah, just touching on this moment still, she did decide to take a pawn after thinking almost 20 minutes on this one. So just looking at the time, it's 52 minutes. She spends almost 20 minutes, which is a very big percentage of her remaining time.
Hmm.
And now after rook fd1, which I think is by far the most logical move for white here in this position, she spends another 10 minutes. So really on deciding this to take on d4 and what to do with it, she spent more than half of her time, which is dangerous. It is very, very dangerous because it does uh, feel like the position that we get right now on the board is still complicated. It doesn't solve all the issues. Uh, so now it's everything is under attack. The knight, and two pawns, everything was attacked,
Mm.
and white has two bishops. We have rooks on all the open files, and now with the black, you are gonna be struggling to find moves. To time step by step, just white is gonna bring forward a3, queen b5 is the idea. Rook can come through c7. We can attack the b6 pawn also with the bishop c7, and the time is running low. Wow, 22 minutes on move 21.
Yeah, I think we have a new tagline for our sponsor, Rolex. Every second counts. Yeah,
Uh,
that's a lot of
yeah,
threats,
so
so things are looking good for white.
I do like white here. I do like white here. I don't like the decision to put knight on b5 and to go for this structure. If uh, if that was the plan, I think she shouldn't have taken on d4. I think that keeping the tension would have been better than to grab the pawn and with little time on the clock to be in this position. This maybe we could play if the time was reversed. Then we could play this from the black. But with the way it is, I like white's chances. What
Do
do
you
you
think the
think? Are we going
idea?
to?
Sorry, yes?
No, just I wanted to ask you if you think we are gonna have a result 2 game today, or no?
Ooh. Yeah, so the prediction in the Twitch chat luckily had to do with the number of hours that they were playing rather than the result. Because I might have bet incorrectly. I would have bet for a draw, and I do not think it's going to be a draw. And to be honest, I lost my train of thought there. What I was going to say. Oh yes, perhaps it was an impulsive decision after seeing how low she was on time to play this idea of knight f5, d5, and b5. Or I suppose there is some merit because the rook on a8 is also attacking on a2. Would you count this as a counterattack? Because after a move like d5, attacking the queen, there would be pressure on a2. So even though some of the pawns may mysteriously go missing for black, black has some counterattack there.
Which unfortunately I think could be completely stopped with one move a3,
Oh,
and that's what makes me uncomfortable here, looking at the position, imagining myself playing with black pieces, as I have three weaknesses, and they are gonna be permanent weaknesses. They are not gonna disappear. White is just gonna attack them, win one of them. Oh wow. Okay. Queen takes b5 is played.
immediately. Still sitting with above an hour on the clock. And yeah, Tom's just uh, put all our dreams on hold with that a3 move. But could black very well take the pawn? Or it happened? Or did you play it?
Yeah, it happened.
Oh,
It
it
happened.
happened.
That's why I'm so shocked about Queen b5, because I don't get what is the defense here from the black side. Since any move like Queen d7 is just met by Rook c7, and it just looks very uncomfortable. Like if you try to hold on to the b5 pawn, we're hit with these ideas.
Mm-hmm.
So it just my question, I guess, is why do we want to give up on a2? Even if it's kind of working and we pick up the b6 pawn, it just feels like we could have picked up everything with comfort. Or does she have some tactic, like bishop c7 with a plan that here she could do this, 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 and now put the rook in the cage?
Oh, lovely. Looks very similar to that bishop b8 idea in one of the games to keep the rook on the a file.
So if that would work out, that would be nice, but I assume after bishop c7, there's a better move here. Even just queen a8. On the queen a8 as well, the same idea could work.
All right. But then queen a5?
And bishop c7 on the board.
The predictions are starting.
The problem was that the knight was hanging. The bishop d6. So queen e8 maybe is the move. Just after taking, not to have a pin. And then we take the pawn. And of course, white is better here. We have this structure that we were speaking about yesterday with the d pawn and the b pawn, which is supported by two bishops and the bishop on this diagonal. And yesterday we were very making this point that the bishop is super helpful in promoting the pawn, and the pawn is crazy strong. So now we actually have this structure. So it's definitely better for white. But what do you think? How likely is it that black could hold this?
Yeah, I think time is going to play a huge role in this position, because we've seen situations where problems could easily be solved by calculating it out. But now players are on move 23 at the moment, leaving them with 17 moves to make. Of course, we have to take into account the 30-second increment, but it's definitely not as much time as Tan has to create even more problems. Maybe more problems than Drew can quickly solve with some easy calculation. So what are your thoughts? Do you think black will hold? Do you think it is a good chance that there'll be another decisive result today?
I think it's a great chance that it's going to be resultative game.
Yeah.
But I can't shake off the feeling that queen takes b5 was inaccuracy for white, just strategically, even though it retains the advantage. And Tan might be very inclined to play on time, to put the pressure on time. So by doing that, I think she's running a risk repeating, in a way, what Srinat was yesterday pointing out, that with those superficial moves, the quick moves, you can sometimes miss some simple naians, and the evaluation can little bit drop, and it can become just not enough anymore. Yesterday it was not enough for the draw, today it can be not enough for the win. So we are relying solely, I think, on the b2 pawn right now. This is the key for winning the game. If the pawn is running, white could win the game. If black finds a way to deal with the pawn, then the chances for a draw are very, very high. And since also we allowed the simplification of the structure here, we can't forget about some ideas where black potentially will sacrifice an exchange just to get rid of the b2 pawn, and then to set up some sort of a fortress just on the king side.
And now with the bishop pair, things are looking up.
Bishop d6 on the board.
I like it. Exactly your idea. With bishop a3, also the pin on the knight. Rook e8.
Apparently, computer is not impressed.
Yeah. Wow.
Maybe the ideas exactly like this, sacrificing exchange, are in the air, and that's why dealing with the b2 pawn in the stockfish mind is the priority. And once they manage to do that, then it's gonna be fine. Even like king e8 and then sacrifice here, take with the queen, and try to set up a fortress. No, but that couldn't be it. That seems very, very ugly. With a king on f8, it should be getting checkmated.
It's an idea. Ooh, rook a5, a nice intermezzo, trying to get the rook out of that a2 square, stopping the bishop from trapping it with bishop a3.
Oh,
But
that's clever. That's very clever.
suddenly the engine says, nope, 0-0.
So
Um,
this is what I meant with giving up the static advantage and relying on the dynamic advantage. You
hmm.
miscalculate something, and the advantage can be gone. When you have a static advantage, the one you could set up here after a3, even if you miscalculate something, you're going to be pressuring still for the next 20 moves minimum. So yeah, and apparently, yeah, rook a5 is just a very strong idea, and bishop d6 just misses the chance. And wow, and full equality for black. That's impressive. I guess idea is that now we even have knight c8, and we get rid of this dark square bishop, which was controlling the b8 square, and without it, it's gonna be rather easy to deal with the pawn on b2.
Hmm. Ooh. I feel like there are tactics, but none of them work just because the queen's under attack in that instance. Yeah. And if the queen was to go to b4, I mean, nothing's stopping the rook from just chasing the queen. Hmm.
Yeah, that is
Because you
that's
don't want to
very
lose a
very nice.
tempo.
Maybe they are gonna no, they are unlikely to repeat in this way, but wow, yeah. So we again see that the rushing, the quick speed for by Tan,
Hmm.
uh, doesn't always work out. It can backfire. Sometimes it is great. You put a big pressure on the opponent when it works out, but these kind of moments they can happen. And so apparently here, if we trust the evaluation bar, White still has an advantage, a decent one, and that is, and she thought only 3 minutes on bishop d6 on the move that blunders the advantage.
Ouch.
Rook a5 is something that I think you gotta spot if you really want to win an opponent like Ju and Jun. You just gotta dig in, and 40-minute time advantage is so big that she can afford to spend some time more on the moves. Like
Hmm.
she has 1 hour for 15 moves, 16 moves. So if you just divide it even move by move, she should be spending more than 3 minutes on a move, especially in a moment where it's all about picking up the B pawn and finding a way that this pawn is rolling and you don't lose it to any tactics whatsoever. So yeah, bishop d6 was an idea that felt nice, but it just didn't work out tactically.
Yeah, and I'm not saying this is happening here, but at a much lower level, when you find that your opponent is in time trouble, the player with more time feels inclined to move faster so that that player could potentially blunder or lose on time. So that's an error that has been made a lot. I am even guilty of that. But yeah, using time in a position like this to try and either salvage an advantage or perhaps even create more complications so that Jew spends more time on the clock could be it. And I think, do you think Tan has realized now she's missed a critical moment to retain an advantage?
I think so. She must have, uh, because her main plan is suddenly not there, her main idea. So she must realize that something is not okay anymore. She just gave up. Like, if you just think about it, like, if there's no bishop a3, then really what happened now is white voluntarily exchanged the b5 pawn for the a2 pawn. Which, when we look at it here, mm, like if you would ask anybody, would you trade those two pawns? The answer probably would be immediately just, yeah, like, why would I do that? It seems kind of strange. And obviously that was not her plan once she took on b5, but now after rook a5, that is the result.
Hmm.
And then certainly she realizes that it's not pretty anymore, and she has to look for new new ideas. Uh, I like to call it like you have to outplay your opponent once again.
Starting from scratch. So the queen could potentially retreat not only on the b file, but perhaps diagonally towards e2 maybe, just to try and keep the pieces on the board for now. Would that work? Because queen to a square like e2, rook e8, and maybe even rook c7 is what I'm looking at.
It's likely that she's gonna try something like this, and then maybe attempt to. Oh, I actually even forgot that black is a pawn up. So
Oh, okay, me too.
so we still have to win back the d5 pawn.
Yeah, even the dogs in the background of my microphone are very disappointed that there has been a loss of an advantage. We're seeing some suggestions of moves in chat, something like queen b4. I'm just following the line. Rook a4, queen b3, rook e8, bishop e7, rook e7, and cd5.
Yeah, but this is just exchanging to full equality. This is it. This is game over. It's just a draw. Regardless how we take on d5, just one pawn b6. Even if you would lose the b pawn,
Yeah.
I think it would be close to the draw. But we are not gonna lose the b pawn.
Careful, Tom, we're reaching a rook and or double rook and pawn ending again. We know what happened last time.
Yeah, it's I guess too early to make predictions about it being a draw. But which side would you take right now here in this position? You still choose white, or already would feel happy with a pawn and choose black?
Yeah, I think I would still choose white. Okay, I don't know if I would feel comfortable being a pawn down, but also I might feel a little bit more uncomfortable having my pieces not really work together. Plus, bishop pair, and things would be maybe a little bit more easier to figure out where the pieces need to go. So white. What about you?
Yeah, I would. I guess I would, if there is a full equality actually at the end of all the lines, then I would actually prefer black because I am pawn up, and my opponent is the one who has to choose if he is gonna take the pawn back or to play for or choose to play for a win somehow due to activity.
Yeah.
Yeah, this line is on the board, the
I
one
was
which is
looking
suggested in the
I was
chat.
looking at queen e1 even because maybe you're renewing this threat that if rook e7 maybe you can even take, and after bishop takes that rook was hanging, you know?
Hmm, that's interesting. Yeah, so this was the idea. This just to show it on the board, and now the rook is hanging. Yeah, it's a good try to at least to get the pawn while keeping the pieces on the board. I do feel like still even after mostly queen f8, just defending the rook, getting out of the way. Black should be totally fine, but
Okay,
at
it
least we
being
can play
equal.
on with the bishops on the board and hope for some way to win the b pawn. Eventually, some miraculous way. I don't know how, but what is
Very
happening
true.
here? Rook a7. Quickly played rook a7.
And now, will we see an exchange? Will white try to keep the bishop pair? Or even this situation where rook takes and queen takes, but then I'm not sure, maybe just rook b8? Yeah.
Or rook b7, just not to get a back rank mate anywhere, just to be 100% safe.
Yeah.
And just And pick up the b2 pawn, lose the d5 pawn, and head for a draw.
Indeed.
My prediction on 3.5 hours for the game still can very much come true.
Because of
Although,
your prediction, I bet between 3 and 4 hours with my points.
although it still could finish also in 3 hours, just by the idea, depending how eager Tan is right now to be looking for new ideas.
How dare you summon that into existence? No! Okay. Alright, so we've taken a look at what some normal human responses would be, but the machine, the microchip in my brain says things like h3, queen back to b4, which I'm assuming might then just lead to a potential repetition, or at least one repetition.
So it just means that there's really nothing better than equality for white. The active plans are gone. Black is completely fine. If those moves are suggested, they are not moves to play for an advantage. They are just moves that keep a possibility to take a pawn later, and that doesn't ruin white's position.
Very, very true. And what's even worse is maybe Tan is thinking that she was slightly better earlier and trying to avoid kicking herself during the game, because that can often mess with your mind and lead to playing worse moves, which I hope won't be the case in this situation. Is there a way to just build more pressure here, even with a move like bishop to a3 now? Although that wouldn't make much sense. Would you say just taking?
I would like to try to pressure the b6 pawn, but I think it can backfire if we are not taking back the d5 pawn forever. I think she should be looking either queen b4 and then put the queen somewhere else and then take, or take immediately. Yeah, I think that if you do too many moves here, black is just gonna remove the rook from f8, from the spin, defend the d5 pawn, and we're gonna have an extra pawn. That is just gonna be the reality here. Rook c7. Oh wow. So she is looking for something like that. So definitely we're gonna see, I think, takes, because it just removes the pressure here from this diagonal. And now there's a freedom for some moves from the black side. So
Rook
some
c8
idea could
maybe?
be, yes,
Yeah.
I was also going to suggest that one. Rook c8 could be an idea that bishop b6 is uncomfortable due to the spin.
And you'd have to play something like queen e3 maybe, but also try not to lose the b2 pawn. No!
Yeah, it's a lot of things attacking in the same time, and the bishop has nowhere to go.
Yeah. That seems a little bit uncomfortable.
So it's just gonna be heading for a draw rather quickly, and after something like queen b6, what could we play?
Oh, that could actually be quite good.
Maybe some queen a4, just get the queen as active as we can.
And then once the rook moves, play something like h6 or g6. Open up to the king.
I don't know where to move the rook. It doesn't feel comfortable anywhere.
e1 maybe?
Yeah, okay. And then just going very much forward, attacking the bishop. Then depending where the bishop lands, I'm still gonna attack with the knight even more.
Yeah, the problem is that you're finding too many good moves in a row here. Maybe even just bishop. to
Uh,
try and defend.
yeah, I don't think actually queen c2 was a good move. Bishop e5 is nice, yeah. And then ideally we set up this.
Oh, that is nice. But like you said, knight f5 as well. Something to worry about in the future.
And what
See,
about these kind of endgames?
ooh,
Is that an equality?
I think so.
I think it forces the exchange of queens.
Bishop
We
d6,
have to go back with the bishop.
b4, something like this. Maybe even bishop here. Or would you want to keep the pressure on d5?
I would, if I play for a win, I would like to get the pawn rolling. That's my only hope, really. But the knight is very active.
True.
But it does retain some chances for white, thanks to the dark square bishop, which we kept on the board, and the b pawn we also kept on the board. So even though the bar is exactly in the middle, it does promise practical chances for a blunder somewhere later on. But alternatively, just instead of rook c8, we also have a move knight c8 right now. Which
Knight c8. And then
just
would we
protects
just
the
see bishop
b6 pawn.
takes d5? Maybe.
Yeah, then we try to
Maybe even rook takes, yeah.
withstand this kind of position.
And bishop f4 to stop check on the back rank. But then knight e7, I don't know.
Or we just develop a rook for now. Like, rook was not playing at all. We have some mate ideas connected with the queen still being. And we have only one weakness, which we should be able to comfortably defend here. But she played something else. She played something else.
Ooh.
She went for queen c6.
Yeah, I'm going to refresh on my side as well. Queen c6. Dun 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 dun. Tan 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 tan. Queen takes b6 question mark.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Is she voluntarily going to play this one? Oh, wait. Okay, so our idea could be somewhere here to get d4 on the board eventually. Like to try the knight c6 or knight f5 and get d4. We are not ready for it, so perhaps we have to start with f6.
Why not immediately? What's wrong with that happening?
So why I didn't like immediately is...
Oh, the back rank. Never mind.
Oh, but rook d8.
Oh!
Double problem.
Okay, that's nice.
Oh. Okay, so we could go immediately there. So we would be forced to go bishop e5 now. And rook... No, that would be under bishop f1. So where do we put the rook? Maybe on d3. Yeah, but then we could lose the pawn. We could actually lose the pawn here.
What is happening?
It was...
This is chaotic.
Yeah, but I think we don't need to hurry. We can play f6, and then those ideas are unstoppable. And the point of knight f5 is to give up on d4 the pawn and pick up the b2 pawn.
So maybe playing bishop c3 preemptively here.
But once again, we are completely wrong with the plans, though.
Oh,
But there is a different plan by Ju and Jin. She does keep queens on the board after queen takes b6 and
Yeah.
goes for queen c2. I do like that move. Much better than Endgame. Is it the position that we were looking at just in a different move order if we have rook c8 now?
ah, yes. And then, you know, queen c2 was the last move that was made. And then we said something along the lines of, I'm not sure what we said. Yeah, bishop e5.
Bishop. Bishop
Hmm.
e5 and knight bishop c3.
Mm-hmm.
But of course, rook c8 is not forced, and maybe just keeping an eye on the bishop and improving the other pieces in the meantime. After looking, no, bishop f3. Wow. Okay, we're not getting today any moves. The rate of or accuracy is very, very low compared to yesterday today.
Yeah, I'm worried that this bishop is undefended with the plan B to play king g2 after this. Or maybe Tan just really wanted to keep the rook on the pawn.
A little bit an issue with bishop on f3 here is that even if the knight goes away, we are not ready to take on d5 as the rook is still hanging.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, knight on f5 doesn't achieve too much on its own, but it's shaky. It's very, very shaky right now. We have bishop on c7, kind of half protected. We have bishop on f3, unprotected. We have barely protected rook on d1. This feels like the moment where we have to look for something very, very direct from the black side. Something that could completely finish the game, I think. Potentially. If we find it.
Yeah, I'm just going to try and sync the board so that we can have talks. Yes.
Can we play bishop h3? Whenever you have a possibility to put in these positions bishop on h3, it is always scary. Oh, I clicked some stuff there.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, here we go. Bishop h3. Not sure if it threatens too much, but
It looks really strong. How would you try to undermine the bishop on f3 and rook on d1? We could try to overload the bishop maybe. Okay, the crazy brain is saying g5, g4, being my crazy brain.
oh, that's adventurous.
Mm-hmm. Very.
But it could be a thing also sometimes if we have time for it. Another still we could consider just rook c8 and sometimes just to use the back rank issues. Even as go as crazy as to prepare queen d1 and rook c1 sometimes.
Ouchies. Wow. Okay.
But we would have to do some very good preparational work for that to work out. And but yeah, it doesn't have too much of a sting just yet. I think just normal moves with taking away the bishop should be good enough for white, and then our d5 pawn is gonna be weak. So I'm gonna take back my bishop h3 suggestion now after considering it somewhat. But what could be something direct here? Like it just feels like we should act. Okay, let's try rook c8 as a move. That seems very natural.
Yeah. I just worry where to put the bishop, because if we put the bishop on a square like e5 or f4, then, or maybe the knight doesn't actually want to go in that direction, but knight g6 or knight c6, because we spoke about the knight wanting to go to f5.
Yeah, bishop f4, I did actually worry about knight g6, and if you do put the bishop back on e3, then this is the perfect dream scenario.
Yeah, something happened. Something happened in that evaluation though. Can we go back like one move? I just wanted to understand why it gave white a +3 advantage here. What did I miss?
For white? Oh wow, in this moment.
Oh, I kind of see. Maybe we have rook c. Yeah.
And we have a background trouble there. Connected with queen d8. Oh, okay. So this is also a thing. in the air. Oh, so that could be a big drawback to rook c8 move. This threat of rook c1.
I didn't realize at all.
Both sides are
C8.
struggling with the back rank issues.
Very true. Yeah. But would you say that's after bishop to f3, or was it always a back rank looming threat with bishop on g2 even? I suppose back rank threat would mean a lot if the rook wasn't on the first rank here, because then, you know, rook could come or queen could come to check the king and then follow it up with bishop h3. So both of them have to keep a close eye. I think black can solve their back rank problem quite quickly, no? Just by playing h6 or g6 or f6.
Yeah, f6 is not gonna work out too quickly, but but h6, g6 could be played. g6 probably not so likely, as we could get checkmated on this diagonal. So h6 as a move, or h5 if we want to go very, very crazy.
Mm-hmm. In
Is
some
that an
lines.
option?
Right now?
Yeah.
Ah!
So, since if you don't take on h5, I go bishop g4
Mm-hmm.
or h4, and I'm super happy with black here.
But what if, and hear me out, bishop takes h5?
I still don't know, but at least I'm not getting checkmated on the back rank. So now I would think
We
what
have a
to do
move.
next.
There's a move.
Oh, what about d4 now?
Ooh. There's
So the
nothing
point
stopping
is
it.
the difference is that before we could take with the rook, as the bishop was controlling the d5 square. But now if rook takes, we have knight d5.
Mm.
And you cannot take with the queen because the bishop is hanging.
Right.
And other than that, we are ready to go forward with this pawn. We also have bishop b3 in there. We could win the b2 pawn.
That's quite nice. Okay, it doesn't look horrible. She says to a grandmaster. It actually looks really promising.
Yeah, just looking at this position, just yeah, makes me excited to look at it. Just really, we could get some game going also for black. White could also go wrong somewhere in this position.
So very good question in chat. Is the advantage of two bishops? Yes, I would say so. There's definitely... would you give white an edge here?
Yes, slight edge, very, very slight edge. But if you are just looking at the position, then super slight. If we add the time situation, then yeah, then it's a pleasant game to be playing.
As long as Tan takes their time.
Yeah, but I feel like those two bishop advantage, the best thing that could come out of it is something similar to an endgame that we had yesterday. That is technically a draw somewhere without a pawn, but yeah, you can play on. So I think that's the best case scenario here, and that's why the advantage is very, very slight, because those endgames are still just theoretical draws. So now after bishop f5, the threat is just to regroup with bishop f4. Undermine the defense of the rook, and maybe ask some questions to the king, some checkmating ideas.
So you'd have to stop that, maybe rook e1 first. Because
But I
then...
think it doesn't stop it.
Well, just to relieve the rook, allowing the exchange, so if takes, pawn takes, then at least it's still bishop versus knight, maybe? I don't know.
It certainly is bishop against knight. That is very, very true.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
But what can we do with it? I'm not certain. Yeah,
Try
we
to
still have
remove
the
all the
knight
pieces from
c8.
attack. Oh, knight c8. I didn't see that, even though we went over that line earlier. Yeah, maybe I have to bring it back even more.
So maybe just bishop to e5, protect the b2 pawn,
Mm.
and try to bring back the queen.
True, true.
It can be still unpleasant for black because with queens on the board, we don't feel comfortable playing f5, and with queens removed from the board, the b pawn can be simply running. So it's practically a tough position to play here. You have to base your defense, I think, very much on the active tactical play, which is dangerous, especially in the time trouble. But bishop f4 was played instead.
Nice. Very consolidating. And what happens
again,
here after bishop e4?
I think we are gonna find out. I think bishop e4 will be played rather quickly. And again, bishop e4 feels another move, which is somewhat superficial, just to make a move quickly, not really digging in to the position very, very deeply.
So maybe just rook c1 then. Or queen e3.
Queen e3, knight f5. We have to calculate as well.
Okay, not that then. Rook c1.
Rook c8, rook c1, queen d3.
And then nom nom.
But I did enjoy the version that you suggested with a rook on e1 and the previous line way more if you're playing this pawn structure.
Oh. It happened. It happened, chat. It's on the board.
Yeah, it's on the board. Bishop e4 is on the board. At least we get some predictions in. And now, big decision. Big decision for Tan. Does she simplify exchange the bishops? Does she still find some way to... I don't know, does she go for something like this? It seems scary.
Kinda. f5? Not f5.
Yeah, that's
Oh, I saw
running
that
into this.
after you showed me.
But what about some moves like knight g6 here? It feels scary, very, very scary to keep such a pin here. Also, we have to watch out if black doesn't just take, and after rook takes, just play queen e4 and pin it again. Yeah, just to illustrate.
Feels like
Now,
a forever
we cannot
pin.
move the rook.
Right. So maybe you have to try and relieve that almost immediately.
Yeah, you can do that, but that could be met with something like knight g6. So if you now take, then after you move the rook, I take here and ruin your pawn structure.
Intermezzo.
Yeah, here we keep attacking.
Oh dear. Oh, maybe no, that doesn't work. I take it back. Yeah, maybe just yeah.
Yeah.
No.
That would be hard.
Why doesn't it like it?
5 maybe. Now we can take with this pawn. No, I guess not that. But this is also pretty. Oh, and we also have queen g4 ideas with knight h4 threat.
Oh, could be that, yes.
The rook is trapped on f3.
This is rough. This is a rough life. Very rough.
And still additionally we had knight e5 and knight coming to here or here after you take.
Yeah, the knight and queen combo is just insane.
Yeah, so I don't think she's gonna go for that.
Maybe not.
Just seems just extremely scary.
Yeah, you also don't want to play your bishop out of the attack because there's always ideas of playing g6, f5, helping black. So maybe this is the only move then?
that does look like the only, or is this? No, this is gonna end up very, very badly.
Ouchies.
This is not what we want to do.
The
Now it's
king
like,
should be active in the endgame. What do you mean?
oh no, it can run home. Yeah, this is not something we are gonna see on the board. Of course, there should be multiple ways to win this one from the uh, white side. From the top of my head, g5 is, I guess, the easiest, just to pick up a piece.
Mm-hmm.
If you take, then it's a checkmate.
That's true. Well spotted.
So we have rook c1, not rook d2.
Yes.
Good.
And queen to d3,
d3.
which is just a quick way to sort out this. And then probably just taking the bishop. And with the pawn take or the queen take? I think pawn.
Well, pawn take is very appealing because we get knight d5 as a threat, but we lose a passed pawn.
Very true.
You're raising some very complicated questions today here.
Thank
I
you.
don't know what to answer to them at all. And
It's okay, we can
yeah,
ponder together. Because I was also thinking if the pawn were to take, that way, you know, the pawn is no longer isolated, and after protecting it with the potential, not immediately, but f5, then black could just try to attack b2. And instead of it being like a very strong passed pawn, it could just be a very weak, isolated pawn. So that was my thought over there. So maybe give and take. Well, this could be the difference between... I always find that either central exchanges or just pawn advancements are always very, very tricky because you have to understand the idea behind it. And that's why taking here, I would really need to think about it. Take with the pawn or take with the queen. So what would you do? So you would take with the queen then to keep the passed pawn?
I think I would take with the. I would opt for taking with the d pawn. The pawn.
Okay.
Yeah, just to really not to have an isolated pawn any longer, and dream of some attacking ideas. Simply for the reason that after a take, we have an extra attacker, the e pawn. So if I get something like knight d5, and I can hope to push e3.
Yeah.
And ignore the b pawn and just go for counter game.
Question. Taking the bishop pawn takes, is there a way to attack the back rank somehow? I know it's still probably equal, but creating some threats. Bishop d6 or queen d6.
Yeah, this knight c8 all the time as a problem.
Why?
Queen d6 though doesn't fall for knight c8, so here you wanna. Guess we don't have enough firepower. We can set up a mate threat with bishop g5, and h6 doesn't help it.
Oh, true.
You still get
That's
still
gorgeous.
get checkmated.
Okay.
But it does feel like there should be a move here from the black side, not to blunder a mate.
f6. Maybe not.
Oh, we have no squares for this bishop. It's stuck.
What does white play?
Here, 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 and then we make a draw.
Oh, okay. I see. I
Yeah,
like rook
and then
c8.
Yeah, I think draw is super likely scenario somewhere, because exactly of these reasons. Whenever one of the sides try to go for an attack, other side is likely to have some sort of perpetual check ideas. But if anybody is risking here, I think it's white already. I think the character of the game has really turned around, and like really playing for a win here, white is taking very, very big risk, and perhaps you have to just opt for something safe, which is I'm not sure what is like something very safe. Maybe in this kind of situation, mm, Queen e3. Queen e3 is extremely safe.
It is super duper uber safe. Yeah, I do worry now about this like possibility of perpetual if white tries anything drastic. I mean, since the pawn is still passed, you might as well stop pushing it. Could you just play b4 immediately? Or some things you have to worry about? Oh, there's knight d5 that I missed.
Yeah,
Okay.
this is the problem and the big one.
Darn it. Queen d6.
Yeah, we can't forget in
Yeah.
these structures, whenever you don't have a light square bishop, that it doesn't look like there can be anything dangerous, but then one move black suddenly plays h5, creates some square for the king, but it's also at the same time threatening h4, h3. And if h4 already comes on the board, it's already a serious thing. And if h3 comes, I think it's almost winning advantage for black in this structure.
Yeah.
So even if you compare this position ignoring knight d5, I think it can just turn around super fast, even if you just get h5, h4 on the board.
Very true. Would there be any reason to play h4 as white? Oops, sorry. We got to this position. b4, h5, h4.
Yeah, that could stop it, of course, but we don't get extra space for the king, really. And now, for any potential ideas when e3 comes, the g3 pawn could be under attack.
True. Yeah,
so it's a win for black to include h5, h4. Here is a big win for black. Doesn't achieve like any immediate threats, but also knight f5 could appear as an idea. Simply, okay, first of all, knight d4 is one plan, but the other plan is that we could play queen f3 and threaten knight h4, so we would have to spend another tempo somewhere trying to deal with it.
So many things start going wrong after pushing a pawn.
And just to illustrate also here, we lose possibilities of bishop e3. I mean, it is, I guess, on a possibility and more on the board, as it might lead to perpetual, but knight g3 all of a sudden comes in as an option as well, because the pawn went from h2.
I'm starting to see a pattern. Maybe in chess you just shouldn't move any pawns ever, and that way you don't create any weaknesses for yourself. Yeah.
Yeah, it is. That would be very helpful if you could push your pawns backwards when you need to. Like,
Yes.
just go with them back and forth.
So in the next update, chess should change their rules a little bit. Or you might get one of those situations like in the World Rapid Blitz, Dubov versus Nepo, and they're just moving knights around, taking my advice here to not push any pawns. It may lead to 0-0 rather than half-half, but still.
But it's gonna be safe king at least.
Exactly. That's important. King safety over points in a chess tournament.
But of course, the idea is, with which I was pointing out, just with h5, h4, is not necessarily just for this position. It's just implications of why you very often see that in some sort of endgames, it's a common move just to play those pawn pushes. So like people in the chat might be wondering what I'm speaking about there. So yeah, just about just illustrate your things like why it could be sometimes nice to provoke such h4 and what the pawn on h2, which seemingly doesn't do anything, what actually it does.
Yep.
So yeah, it does weaken something. And I've seen games where experienced grandmasters playing against some kids are just winning games exactly just on this tiny naions that in a simple endgame where nothing is happening, they push h5, the kid answers h4 immediately without thinking, and all of a sudden there are so many weaknesses that the position is collapsing.
That is not good. So while the queen's on the board, this principle doesn't always work. Oh, h5, h4. Because in an endgame with rook and pawns, it's almost always the plan. Yet, in this case, not so much. Because as you mentioned, the weaknesses in the knight, being able to take advantage of those. So chat says, Tan is thinking to play rook c3. So maybe that is the thought. Because often when you're spending this long in a position, you have multiple candidate moves that you are considering. So perhaps, what do you think if we were to choose 3 candidate moves here? What would they be?
I don't think we have 3.
Okay,
I think
2.
we cannot find a third one here. Just rook c3 and bishop takes c4. If you lose the bishop on f3, I think it's basically lost. I mean, something like this, nothing works, right? We just drop the bishop and we get checkmated in the process as well. And the only move I see that doesn't like lose by force is bishop g2, but it just seems too...
Are you making the moves, by the way? Sorry,
Yeah,
I'm not
yeah,
sure
that's
if
me.
your sync is on. Double check.
Oh, okay, it turned off after I refreshed
Yes,
the board. Thank you.
no problem.
So yeah, bishop g2 here is the only move aside from rook c3 and bishop takes c4 that I see that doesn't like drop material immediately, but it just seems so illogical somehow.
So maybe to keep the structure, because you never really know how black will respond after bishop takes bishop. We might get that line with pawn takes, so this will make sure that the pawn stays on the d file. Maybe.
But this is a monster bishop though. It's doing a lot. So I think it's in white's interest to remove it. As black is just comfortably gonna keep it there, and I don't think you are, if you're playing here white, you're considering to play f3 in any point, because it just kills your bishop, and this bishop just gonna retreat and be a good piece. And also the dynamics, like the most of the game bishop was sitting on e6, being a regroupable piece, and it just regrouped.
Yeah,
and
no, it's one of the strongest pieces on the board. Indeed. I was also thinking here after bishop g2, if this knight doesn't move, there's always this idea of, nope, we're not going to do that again, of queen to d6 rather. I almost said bishop d6 and you keep saying knight c8 and then my heart is broken. It happened! Takes! Taking on e4. Okay.
So pawn takes or queen takes. I don't think she's gonna spend very much time on it. She definitely was thinking about bishop takes e4 as the main move, and now during the opponent's time, and she should preserve her remaining time and go with the decision that she made.
Right. But
At
this
least in
is...
theory.
Sorry, say that again?
At least in theory, that's what she should do. In practice, yeah, when you see a move, you often get new ideas and new things new inspiration to calculate it more seriously.
Yeah, theory and practice. It's a fine line between the two. And now I think it's a huge decision here for Ju Wenjun, who needs to decide whether to take with the pawn or the queen. And this will determine how the next 20 moves are going to turn out. Okay, my money is on queen takes. I think queen takes is going to happen. And you said pawn takes.
Yeah,
so
I am gonna say pawn takes, yeah. But any case, if I would have to bet on the result, I would actually, with the way game is progressing, I would be more and more inclined to take the big odds and bet on black winning this game.
Oh, wow. Well, I suppose we are on move 33, so players need to get in those 7 moves in order to reach time control. So I think Ju Wenjun is actually doing well on time here. She's caught up quite nicely by playing fast in some situations where it was probably necessary, and maybe the time is not too bad. What do you think? 11 minutes is enough for 7 moves?
I think it should be enough, but depends how much time she spends on this decision. If she now spends half of her time, then it's gonna be hard to capitalize, even if she gets some idea for initiative.
Very, very true.
But also she might not be interested at all to look for initiative. She might be interested just to be over with this game, and that's it.
Well, it's also true because she's found better results with the white pieces, and if it's just a peaceful ending with the black pieces, you're quite happy, and maybe that is a win to her.
Especially that she was under the pressure the whole game,
Hmm.
and I think she was even in serious trouble. So there in the middle game, just serious practical trouble if you combine both the position and the time. It
Mhm.
could have been a terribly uncomfortable game for her and a very very hard one. So now this position, it must feel like a very very big relief to have it on the board.
Mhm. I agree. I'm
So
just
cool would be to get this knight to d4. Yeah, either case, how we take it would be so good to get knight f5, knight d4 on the board, and basically winning just the game.
wow, this knight is going places, and I wonder if there's a way for white to actually stop that. Maybe just by parking the bishop on e3, for instance. So, for instance, here after. Have you made the move? Sorry, I'm not sure.
No, no,
Okay,
it's
something like this. And bishop to e3, maybe?
just stopping the d4.
Yes.
Queen e4 on the board. We win again.
Yay! Let's go
Yeah,
back to life.
that stops bishop d4, but I would worry now about h5, h4, h3.
Queen e3 was played almost immediately after that.
So that's what she decided. Okay, so she just wants to play it safe.
Oh,
Uh, I I thought she's gonna go for queen e3 because the threats on the light squares, the knight together with the queen, it's such a good team,
mm,
and it was looking very scary. So she just wants to have some endgame with the rook and the bishop against rook and the knight,
mm.
which is considered to be a better team as well. Like there are those pairs of pieces that work together better than others, and
Would you say
yeah,
rook and bishop is better than rook and knight?
yeah, that's how
Okay.
it's considered to be. Yeah,
Oh,
that they
wow.
are.
I'm learning
And
something new.
queen and the knight is considered to be better than the queen and the bishop.
Oh, more complementary to each other. All right, because rooks can't move in diagonals. Got you. Took a
Yeah,
while.
and the knights are kind of like slow for some end games.
Hmm.
So she has to exchange queens. She couldn't because the knight was hanging on e7. I don't think queen b4 was anyway serious move there. So although no, it was a serious move actually when I think about it. I'm very surprised that she takes. She wants to retain this passed d pawn, and I think this is again kind of a mistake, I would say.
Oh,
My
it's a
feeling would be
take.
that it was a mistake. Yeah.
Okay.
It's
So what
now we
happens if
are.
queen b4? Could we check out the line with queen b4 that you mentioned?
Uh, I still didn't manage to calculate if queen b4 works actually or not.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, so it does look very artificial,
Oh,
and yeah, just barely holding together. But I think you had to make a move with a knight or a rook and just allow white to take on e4,
okay.
as the d pawn is anyways not gonna promote. But it opens up the space for a knight to come to the center of the board somewhere,
I
or
see.
just even attacking the king. And that's why I think that we could actually get some counter game on the light squares if we
Mm.
allow this takes on e4. And here, this endgame, you're gonna have to defend it. It's not over. This is again defense, and we are not gonna see a quick draw here.
What does black have to be worried about in this position other than the b2 pawn?
I guess nothing but b2 pawn is
Is the big
scary
deal.
enough.
Okay. And it's important for white to keep the bishop. What happens if knight to f5?
We could end up in some rook endgames where we lose the d5 pawn and try to defend it. But yeah, we have always bishop coming here, and now the knight is completely cut off the game.
That is very true. And b4 is a very safe move to play. And the king could
Yeah,
also...
Yeah, the black's king is very slow still because you need f6 to get it out. And in the meantime, we could attack the d5 pawn or advance the b pawn seriously or get the rook around to 7th rank. So yeah, or just get the king at the center, of course. This is the principles of the endgame. This seems very rushed decision to take on e3. As on e4, the pawn also was simply more safe. It was harder to attack it. We always had an option to defend it with f5 pawn. And if we end up in a position where white simply picks up the d pawn, even by exchanging the bishop and the knight, rook endgame with the b pawn and the 3 against 3, there are versions which are going to be a draw, but there are versions which are not going to be a draw. And the line is very, very, very slim there.
I agree. I'm ready for another instructive endgame here. Actually, that's brilliant. No, I'm very excited. Yeah, it's gonna be very, very crazy. And what happens here if king f1, king e2, and somehow... Okay, so f6 is on the board, but would you still find it's a little bit better for white if the pawn was sitting on e3?
The rook endgame?
Yes. So if the knight took the bishop, pawn takes bishop.
Without winning the d5 pawn, yeah.
Not yet.
Yeah, I think that would be a draw.
Okay.
Because we couldn't be able to really cause too much stress. Black's king would activate, and especially if you could get rook b8, then it would be especially easy draw.
So maybe now a nice decision to go for the knight. Or playing here immediately, or rook d1. What would you play here, actually?
I think I would look to play b4. If we can do that, then yeah, it's gonna be a scary pawn. Or alternatively, the rook c7, of course, is a very serious move here. Rook on the 7th rank. It just loves to be there.
It feels at home.
Although rook c7 might have an idea here. Oh no, what am I talking about? I thought rook f7, but that's not too good.
Ouch.
After bishop c5.
Yeah. Well, maybe the rook would have to go to a square like e8 then instead, but then just b4, I suppose. But that's why I'm worried with the rook not being... well...
The big difference also about the pawns, d and b pawn, why I didn't want to leave this passed pawn, because it can't promote. Even if you put rook d8, this pawn can always be stopped by king just coming here or here and blocking it. While black's king is very unlikely to block white's pawn. And yeah, so if our passed pawn cannot actually cause any typical passed pawn ideas, then it can be just a weakness, and I would rather have it gone. I would rather have it standing on e4 here.
Wow. Whose pawn is faster? Yeah. This pawn is in first gear, this one's in third gear. And rook c7's on the board. All your moves! Let's go!
It's the most natural move here, but it might not be the strongest. Of course, like, I don't know.
It is. Looks, I'm just reading chat real quick. White has a very decent chance of winning, like at least 30%. Would you give it more than 30% chance of winning here? 51%?
Yeah, I would go as far as 50-50 here.
Oh, 50-50, okay.
It's just so unpleasant and it's all about just again picking up the even the evaluation is not decisive yet, but again computer sees the evaluation based on some defensive setup that it knows that it's correct. Humanly, to choose defensive setup from like I don't know 5 different ways how you can set up your pieces, uh, it's not obvious at all.
And this is also a position we looked at, and whether the rook goes to e8 or d8. As you mentioned, well, I suppose with rook e8, you're sort of stopping the king momentarily, would you say? Okay, rook d8. b4! No, king f1.
I think king f1,
Mhm.
just block the pawn as quickly as possible.
Mhm. And it was played. So you could probably
I'm
try to push the pawn anyway for now.
very curious about the defense that Ju Engine has in mind
Mhm.
because it's just so uncomfortable. Maybe she is looking to do this, and knight d4 and try to push herself into a rook endgame. But this rook endgame is just gonna be without a pawn.
Mm,
Here we
that's
can play
true.
b3, and we are guaranteed to pick up the d3 pawn. And I think it might be lost already with the king so advanced and this king so passive. As since if you get over the center with the pawn, I think it's over by default just. And with this placement of the kings, uh, I think we are guaranteed to get it over the center.
Mhm. Would it be important for black to maybe reposition the knight to wreak some havoc near the king first before considering d4? Because then I was looking at like knight h6 to try and reposition the knight that way, or even coming around this way. I'm not sure because there aren't any entry squares for the knight coming closer to the king.
Yeah, that is the very, very big issue with knight f5 here, I think. And once again, I just want to point out, even if he had the same position with the pawn at e4, yeah, we would have all the counter game ideas with rook coming in, maybe going for h2 pawn, maybe rook coming in and threatening e3, and picking up some pawns, creating some weaknesses. So
Right.
many ideas how to draw it. And even just threatening knight d4, knight f3, and even just looking for checkmates, like those typical ones.
Right, on the light
So,
squares.
uh, yeah, and the pawn would be just on b2, still very, very slow to advance anywhere. And now this pawn is restricting us. We can't get rid of it.
This is
Oh,
going to be
yeah,
tough.
I think this is very, very, very dangerous, and she still has to do 3 moves before time control. And those moves could, if she's inaccurate now, they could just mean end of the game.
Oh dear. Less than 4 minutes on the clock and still 2 moves to make. Knight d6 was played. Probably this
Oh,
idea
okay. That's clever. Yeah, I missed that. That being an idea.
of bringing the
Just
knight in this way. Would that
okay. So B.
the idea be?
Yeah,
Oh,
sorry.
sorry. I'm saying would that be the idea here to like try and bring the knight in this way, and then pushing the pawn?
Yeah, that's what I wanted to ask as well.
Oh,
And but here we get bishop d4 though.
this bishop is a
Oh, and then
menace.
maybe rook
Uh huh.
b8.
Sorry, I keep
We
making
don't manage
circles.
b5.
Uh,
Don't manage. Okay, so this could be an idea for sure. We are 1 move short
oh, I see.
from getting the b5 on the board.
Or maybe you could chase the knight first. So after, if I may, 1 second. So b4, knight, and this. Would you be able to play f3 first?
Yeah, that's nice. Just push it away, and then
And
defend
then
the
go
pawn.
back. Yeah. Because knight. Oh. No.
Now we can go back to the other side.
Draw.
And let's try to trap it.
Oh, lovely. And then the
That
king
would be a
can just
challenge.
run.
Trap the knight somehow. d4, bishop b1, here, and...
This feels so uncomfortable. How did we get here? Okay. No, I'm sure it's fine. And then push the pawn again. No. No. How does
Yeah,
black
either
make
push
progress?
the pawn or win the knight. Okay, but that is of course just fiction.
Fiction is a great genre. Unless knight g5 and knight e6. Ooh, can we take a look at that quickly? So let's go back to the current position.
Where is that?
Back
No,
to
that's
live.
not it.
Is that correct? Okay. Yeah. Make sure that the board is synced. So what did you mention here? After f3. Oh, after f3. Okay. So in that position here with knight g5. Okay. Oh. Yeah.
That is a big threat.
Yeah, knight e4 was played here.
Perhaps knight e4 then is very strong, and this could have been an idea to stop it before it comes. As b4 is anyways unstoppable, so we could just wait a bit before playing it. And yeah, the knight is hanging, so rook cannot do too much things. King cannot join the game. Pawn doesn't go forward, or does it?
Oh, it could, because, yeah, knight to b5 at the end of that. So many things.
Yeah. There are chances to draw it. There are chances to draw, for sure. The knight got active, and that is promising.
June still has to make one more move and has 2 minutes left on the clock. Thoughts? So I think that Tan might be able to find the most complicated move in the position. What would that be?
I think it could be something like king e2, in making you to make a choice if the rook endgame is a draw or no.
Okay.
As I feel like they are so unpredictable and so nuanced that with 2 minutes, it's just an impossible choice to make.
Can I see just how quickly the evaluation bar jumps? It went +3. Okay. All right. Well, she made an impulsive capture of the queen earlier, so this could very well be the move after king to e2. Dramatic music starts playing.
Yeah, it's a tense moment. Just trying to exploit the move 40 tension, the most famous blundering moment in chess history.
I think that remains bishop takes h2 for Bobby Fischer.
So,
Alright.
king e2, do you think she's still thinking, right? This is still the moment.
The most critical moment of the game, other than the one we had in the middle game.
And probably we could wait till move 40, and how about then we go for a small break?
That does sound good, yes. Because I think that once Tan makes the move, the next move that June makes is going to be incredibly important. And if it manages to maintain the evaluation of the current position or even equalize, will be very detrimental. Because then with 30 minutes, again, she'll be able to just consolidate both time-wise and on the board. So here, Tan is trying to create that. She's brewing. She's cooking. Let her cook. Yeah.
I
We're
think she
letting
could be
her
trying.
cook. Sorry?
I think she could be trying to think if the rook endgame is winning or no, and
Oh.
and just think if that's dangerous kind of thing that she could be luring Zhu and Jun in or no.
Hmm. So someone in chat asked why is knight takes c5 winning, and I'm assuming here after king e2 knight takes c5 the rook would just take, right? Because then king d3 king d4 is just very advantageous, and b4 is winning. Is that correct?
Oh, actually, we have to calculate if b takes c5 also doesn't work with the same idea,
Okay.
because the pawn is very advanced
Yeah.
and the king is very active. Yeah, so two factors. King's activity is big thing in any endgame, and white's king being so active, the pawn being weak, and black's king being unable to join the game. This all combined, I think it makes it very winning. So even just looking at this as an idea. Now, for example, if you try to defend something like with rook d5, we again can attack it. Say you try to defend, and can very quickly come some ideas of this sort, threatening already rook's f8. And if you try something like this, you can lose the pawn here, for example.
But you'd have
Can
to
go
stop the pawn from queening, so it makes sense.
Oh, but apparently this is a draw already.
Not even sure why, but okay.
So there is some way how black manages to be in time to get to this part of the board.
Okay, right. Like, oh no, wait. No! I made a mistake. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay, so we are just
Because of
waiting and we cannot
this,
advance,
maybe.
of course. And we are just gonna sit back and the king goes by and we don't give checks.
Oh, smart. Smarticle particles. Right.
Yeah. So we would have to approach it a bit differently.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. In this very position,
Here.
there's a move apparently. What? What's the idea? Oh, you're just attacking the rook. I'm very blind. Because
I
here
think it
then...
doesn't work.
But there's mate, no?
Oh, that's nice. Yeah, let's show that. So here d2, queen coming, unstoppable, but no, king e6. Wow, taking away the f7 square and the mate.
Love it.
Oh wow, yeah, that is very nice looking. Way to win an endgame.
Gorgeous.
And of course, if you don't do that,
Rook
if you have to go
d8.
back, then we can have c6 and rook d7 as a threat.
Oh, that is very nice, because even if the king cannot catch up, this pawn is faster to queen. Is that this? No, just pushing the pawn, right? No!
No.
Sorry.
If we just advance with the king and then eat this guy.
Okay. Nom nom. Okay. Yes, king c5. You have to be so careful. Okay. Yeah, the big monk, I think.
But I imagine that it's equally straightforward also after rook takes c5 and getting the king in the center and just eating the b pawn. D pawn, that is, and advancing the b pawn, yeah.
Alright, if you don't want to take with the pawn. Because I was always thinking that if you take with the pawn, it comes closer to the center and helps the black king, but yeah, you're right.
Oh wow, bishop b6.
Mm-hmm.
So she did not feel like allowing the rook endgame.
Well, she has 2 minutes to come up with a move.
I wonder if there's any other option than rook b8.
That's the move, apparently. Because it attacks the bishop and also the pawn just behind it. And the bishop might have to go back to c5.
I would imagine she wants to go to a5, or it would be strange if she wants to go back to c5 after thinking for so long time and still obviously looking to play for a win, causing problems on move 40.
Yeah.
I think e2 was a good try. Wait, sorry. This seems to be an easy move to make on move 40, maybe. Yeah, and rook b8 is on the board.
And we have reached move 40. So players are in like the safe zone right now. But I would like to see whether Tan decides to play bishop a5 or goes back to c5.
Or maybe rook c6?
It allows the king to come out a bit to get some sun.
Yeah, that's why I don't like it. But maybe that's what she's thinking about.
I see.
King gets very nice on f7, and just to show also that b5, we get the pawn forward, but it doesn't achieve anything since we cannot move the bishop. We are tied down in this setup with no possibility to improve it. If she played bishop a5, oh well.
Yeah, I'm just as surprised. What could potentially... I wonder what the plan is, potentially, because maybe with the bishop on this diagonal, it becomes a little bit more difficult for black to simply play rook d8 to support the pawn. Maybe that's the idea. And this way, white can just continue with king e2, f3, and so on. And also the c-file is left open, that the knight cannot cross over onto the c-file to limit the knight squares. So it is nice, I suppose.
Yeah, I agree that this could be her plan to play for something like this. But I also expect that Jun now is going to take her time. And we could go for the break.
Let's do it. We will see you soon, chat. And we'll probably see the time lapse, but they have both reached time control. So 30 minutes has been added for both players. We'll see you soon. And we are back after the break. Okay, Tom's no moves were made, so she's probably using this time now to decide what is going on. Or maybe she stood up and quickly went to get some refreshments before sitting back down. But what do you find when you are in time trouble? Does your heart beat really fast?
Uh, Depends, I guess, on the situation, but yes, I do tend to get a bit more stressed than it's supposed to be, nervous sometimes, and but especially if that's a long time trouble in a sharp position. Like in an endgame position, I think the tension is much smaller, and you're more like I'm more relaxed somehow to play it out. And well, yeah, when it's tactics on the board or you have to find some defensive moves only, then it's hard, emotionally very hard. Uh, and Yeah, here after move 40, she was in time trouble. She did a move, like there was pressure, and now she I think also understands that the position is not maybe that easy as it should be. She got those 30 minutes, and is spending a very big chunk of the time. And how do you think? How many moves before she does return to being in time trouble now?
Oh dear. I'm gonna say 10 moves. Because we
Actually,
can't. Yes? Go ahead.
what is time trouble? I guess we have to specify on this question.
Right. I think anything below 5 minutes would constitute time trouble. What is time trouble to you? Well, especially with 30-second increment. Maybe it's different.
I would say like under 3 minutes,
Okay.
30-second increment.
Yeah, I find that, or at least my running theory, especially on stream or when commentating, I say that when you go below 5 minutes, you enter this like Bermuda Triangle and time tends to go faster somehow. So once you go below 5 minutes, suddenly you find yourself with 4 minutes, 3 minutes, and then you're playing on increment. So that is my take.
That's that's scary then to go on those 5 minutes. I was not aware of that. I'm gonna have
Yeah,
to watch out.
scientifically proven.
So you say 10 moves. I mean, if she's still thinking, I would bet it on 5 moves.
Okay, yeah, that's true because we don't have an update yet of the time after hitting time control. Players both got 30 minutes, and once Ju and June makes a move, we'll be able to see how much time is left. But maybe we could even guess how much time is left right now because we went on a break for about 10 minutes. So maybe she is just below 20 minutes on the clock, right?
That sounds likely. I think it could be even less time for her. That more time has passed.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I don't have any indicator. I don't know. I don't have any messages that I know that came or calls that I could check how long time has passed. Uh, yeah, it's funny with those boards that the time updates only after you make a move.
Mm-hmm.
It's not automated.
Yeah, we're
But
gonna
that
have
is,
to get the arbiter on speed dial so we can find out.
yeah, we should. Yeah, we certainly should have that as an option.
Yeah. Do we have any Lichess spies on site at the moment who can tell us what is going on? Because maybe we can have those like radio transmissions coming in like the time is currently 21 minutes and 55 seconds. Okay, thank you for your information. Over. And then boom, we'll know. So that is very dramatic. I clearly haven't had enough coffee today.
That's a good impression. Uh, and Yeah, so I think in the position, if we just speak about the position, there is nothing much we can add to what you exactly said just before the break. That white is planning to play king e2, f3, bring the king over, attack the d5 pawn, make sure that rook is not getting over to the d file. King is stuck here, can go to f8 but cannot go further because the pawns are hanging. So just waiting, such a waiting game uh, from the black side, I guess. It's gonna
Hmm.
be here for a few moves. And hmm.
What are
And
the
the question,
considerations? Maybe this is what your question was going to be here.
yeah, my question was going to be about can she afford to just be waiting
Hmm. Waiting in terms of time or waiting in terms of moves?
in terms of moves, like something like if she can play some moves like h5, g5, just
Hmm.
wait with all the other things.
But to relieve the king from its hold on the 8th rank, could there also be some thoughts of bringing the king around? As we saw in some other games where the king march happened and there was king f4, king g5, king h6, king g7, and all the rest. So maybe king h7 here, king g6, and so on. Yep.
Still gonna be trouble to get rid of the pressure on g7 pawn.
Hmm.
Uh, some idea that came to my mind how we could try to force some draw. As you already know, I really like to find some forced draws and stuff. So, or maybe even okay. Let's start with 92. 92 king e2 knight c4. And my idea is to be playing not against the b pawn, but against the a pawn. So at some point to take and set up a try to set up at least some theoretically drawn endgame with an a pawn. It should be more easy than with the b pawn.
For white?
Uh, for black to
For
find some
black?
draw.
Hmm. Even if it's a flank pawn, it would be much further away from the king, and it would be easy to draw. I have some learning to do.
We have less ways how to hide and support the king with our pawn.
Hmm.
No, yeah,
The,
with the
the
like
pawn with
king
the
can go
king.
only to one side. Yeah.
Correct. Yeah,
But
I
also here, I
understand.
guess, is another move like rook b5 possible.
Oh, very true. That
Just
looks
playing
uncomfortable.
for the idea that this bishop should not be on a5 because I do think it shouldn't be on a5.
Yeah. Okay, hear me out for like 2 seconds. Rook takes knight. Never mind,
Okay.
I take it back. Rook takes knight is horrible because,
That was
yes,
why?
because rook here maybe. Rook here.
I think these are exactly the moves again that you gotta watch out from. Like here, b5. Here, b6, and you have bishop b4 to
Oh, you can create a
hold
bridge
it
with a
down.
different piece other than a rook? I had no idea. This is great.
So yeah, actually, that is an interesting idea. Serious consideration. If you do manage to bring the king over or not. It should be possible in theory, but it does look scary as well. Oh, we don't manage to put the king somewhere in. Bishop c7 and the pawn is just rolling.
Hmm.
Um, I assume that engine is finding some sort of funny lines when the rook is coming from
Oh,
behind there,
yeah,
doing some checks
right.
and then making a draw maybe somewhere there. But it is a very serious option, and we have rook b5. So she started with rook b5,
Yep.
and down to
And
9 minutes.
oh gosh, that's definitely not what we were thinking. The radio transmission coming through from the playing hall was incorrect. Yeah. So the idea was then to play something like this then, because after knight to d6, it could still have your idea of playing with knight to c4, so king e2, knight d6 maybe?
She must be planning that. Because what else? Now, like h5, if maybe we can wait with move like h5. It's a useful move. I think it's more useful than f3, and then we can go for knight d6.
Hmm.
Since white is not able to run anyways here, as we lose the f pawn. So
It likes the
it's more
position
tricky.
for white. I wonder why. Even after giving up the f2 pawn, why?
Oh wow.
Because the king actually stops the knight from coming back? No.
Mm,
So many question marks.
we'll just go for this.
Hmm.
And the knight is very, very bad pawn stopper. Yeah, we just do this. And the knight is hanging, we take the pawn, and the pawn by force is going to b6 at least. And if you don't like exchange rooks, so that should be just over. Wow. Okay, so it has to be king e2 then as a move here for white. Just go for it. If there's such a nice possibilities, once the king advances, you have to advance it.
That's very, very interesting. And Tan now has 17 minutes on the clock, so a lot less than we would have predicted for her as well. So maybe more time has lapsed than we thought.
And is rook d7 your move, or was it played?
It wasn't my move. I don't know if it was played.
Oh no, that's a different positions. Yeah, there's so many. Those little boards are all around. I
Yeah.
sometimes lost track which one is the live board and which is analysis board. Okay,
King e2.
king e2 is played.
Yes.
So 96, knight c4 could come,
Yeah.
and then it is very likely that we see the sacrifice, I think.
It happened. Knight d6 is on the board. And Tom's, the game has been going on for 3 hours and 45 minutes. I worry that I might lose my points in the prediction today. I'm so sad. We have 15 minutes left for this game to end, so we can save my 1,000 points. Concerned about the wrong things, of course.
There is a chance,
Yep.
but not a big one. Do we consider rook c5 as a move here from white?
We could.
Or it's just the king coming over and that's it? And it doesn't have much point?
Oh, I see. And that king is no longer stuck.
And if you do take on b5, then it's a fortress and you can break through. And there is
Sorry, I'm going to use
bishop
different colors.
c7. Oh, but now we can take and make some move with the knight. Bishop is gonna go somewhere. I have no idea where.
And king e6 maybe.
And king e6, and we are safely stopping the pawn.
Wow,
so
we're seeing.
actually...
Yeah, we're seeing the power of the king. The power of the rook on c7. Didn't realize how strong that rook was. And see that it stops the king from coming closer to the pawn.
Yeah, the king, once it joins the game, black is doing great. And this kind of endgame, when the king is on e6 and if it lands on c6, black is suddenly able to play for a win.
Yeah, chat thinks... Sorry, go ahead.
Just that it would be wild if this sacrifice happens.
It would be really nice to see, because it's easy to mess up. Maybe it is still equal after that. Was it equal?
It was holdable, yes.
Holdable,
but it's very easy to go wrong. So easy. And time trouble especially is the with time trouble. Yeah, it's just hard to play, especially if you could get black down to like 3-5 minutes and then sacrifice. That could be a very nice try.
Hmm. I also see that the clocks did update. So Tan doesn't have 17 minutes, but rather 45 minutes on the clock, which is even bigger difference right now. Almost 40 minutes, 35 minutes up on time.
Actually, got a thought that we don't have to go to c4.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I see.
And it's trapped, completely trapped.
Uh-oh.
And there is no way to keep this structure. We can give a check, but that lets the king out, and we can keep the a pawn. But
And king just makes it to e6 in time.
yeah, that feels comfortable, and the bishop still is unable to join the game because it has to defend the b4. Oh, apparently king e6 is somehow very bad move.
It is? Oh, maybe... Well, is there king d4 with the idea of playing rook a6? Or maybe not.
a6 is in the air.
Rook a6 first? Because then if king e5 f4...
And maybe rook b6 ideas appear.
Hmm.
Okay, so this is not that straightforward. This position was good, king e6 was not so good. But I think that this endgame should be holding comfortably as well. Just going for the rook endgame, the a pawn is not that dangerous, especially if you can pick up some pawns here.
Hmm.
And white needs a lot of moves to get the king over and to try to create anything. I think this could be a draw also without a d pawn. So with a d pawn it should be even more of a draw.
Without the d pawn, the king would be able to protect d3, no? And get the pawn quite close to the queening square. Though this is my lack of rook and pawn knowledge, so my questions are very genuine. I have no idea.
Yeah, so if the pawn reaches a7, then it is just like a dead draw. Because after rook a2 there is no way to progress. And whenever king comes it's getting checked and the rook is stuck. And we just stay on the a file. There's still some ideas to putting the pawn till the a6 and in that moment sacrificing some pawns and bringing the king over. But the king is far and it's gonna be a very long time. And black is not gonna wait and not do anything. It's also gonna launch.
Yeah, I know rook versus 3 pawns is a little dangerous for white, I suppose.
And there could be still ideas that you bring the king to f5 first and then you go somewhere, and then the moment if you do need to sacrifice the rook, you already are ready to create your own passed pawn and get some sort of a draw. So that's why also I prefer the idea to have the a pawn rather than b pawn, as it's just not going forward. And yeah, bishop a5 is stuck. It is very, very stuck.
Oh dear. And now it is up to Tan to come up with a move here. Perhaps she is thinking about knight b7 being a possibility and questioning her life choices with regards to the bishop on a5, which looks like my c8 bishop in the French.
Yeah, because just reminding that bishop going to a5 was a volunteer choice, as we here discussed. Was possibility to just play king e2, and knight c5 is just losing endgame, so it was not possible there. So there was no need to regroup the bishop there. You could activate the king, and then Maybe later you could consider bringing bishop to b6 and controlling the d8 square if it's not if it is necessary. But for now, it's not necessary. Black is in a cage, and we could have just played king e2 and asked some very, very direct questions.
Indeed. And I think 40 minutes is more than enough time to figure things out. And rook a7's on the board here. And does it... Well, I suppose this is actually a good way to still cut the king off and protect the bishop at the same time. Though Tom's, is knight b7 a possibility for black here?
Certainly. And I would expect it to be played as well, rather quickly, as it frees the king. That's a big advantage to knight b7 as opposed to knight c4. That on knight b7, king d3, we can play king e6, I think.
But now white is a move ahead in this evaluation compared to the position we looked at earlier, because king e6, rook a6, and the king's already here. Maybe.
King e6, yes. But if I just go h5, this is the kind of fortress that Zhu Wenjun was trying to create in the game 2 that she lost, when she had a b5 pawn and she wanted to put a rook in a way that king cannot attack it. There she was not in time to do it, but here it's already on the board. And for white to progress, you have to take the rook away anyways from a7. And that could lead to... that could lead simply to knight takes a5.
I'm looking at what the idea of the engine is, and I think I figured it out. How cool would it be in this position with knight to b7, sorry, here, king, king, and this. And that rook is not going anywhere.
And you are in time? Wow. Oh wow, okay, so you're in time for that. I kind of automatically assumed that you're not. And that now you have king e6 and it's just gonna be fine, but... Okay, I see the point. Yeah. So now we can even take with the rook on a5 after knight takes c5. Okay, so that is strong. That is just strong. And knight c4 was played.
Instead.
I guess she just correctly realized, that there is no need to bring the king out. The knight b7 is just too committing, to tying down the position. And she just went for knight c4. And now we have a quick knight e5 check. There is no king d4. Oh, was king d3 a mistake? I wonder. Isn't there now d4? With the point being, if we take here, we can at least get a draw.
Oh, I see. And you can't exactly stop the knight. Could try. Something like this and this.
But it's gonna get to e7.
Oh, I see, okay.
Oh yeah, so...
Yeah, that was showing some weird advantage for black immediately. Let's go forward a couple moves. Hang on, something else.
Oh, knight is protecting the rook on e5.
Oopsie. Alright, that's why. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so king cannot take that pawn. It looks a little poisonous.
So here, after d4, you gotta go king b3. But now the passed pawn is actually a passed pawn.
The rook Yeah, what do you do?
You don't have
Maybe you
this
have to go
square.
check in here.
Or
I don't know.
f4. I don't know
F4.
either, yeah.
No, F4 looks good as well. I like F4. But then, yeah, what do you... Here
This is
and this is a threat.
this is a threat, yeah, and also we have to worry about rook d5 ideas. Ooh.
Ouchies.
Uh, yeah, I think that king d3 actually, knight e5 was missed. If she did play it quickly and then started to think after knight e5 check, I think she missed it. And the position feels like it doesn't have much to play for a win here. But you have to do some other move. Maybe some pawn moves here, just to improve the structure
Right.
on the king side and try to keep the tension, and that the king is locked in. But it was unlikely to work. Very, very unlikely to work.
How crazy would it be if the turntables... If the tables turn here? Oof. She would have to flip the board, I think. Like this. Sorry.
But I don't know how is your feeling, but if you compare it to yesterday's game or the game which we had 2 days ago, then it feels like we are having more unexpected turns of events in this game today, like missed chances, 5 players maybe, and would you agree on that estimate, or it's still?
Yeah, it's giving me whiplash, actually. I think I need to send the players my medical bill so I can get that sorted out. King c2 was played and an immediate d4. She realized that the tactics were looming and now
And look
it's
at that.
important.
Look at that. I mean, look at the bar. It is slightly in the black's favor.
I'm gonna need a
Slightly, slightly,
magnifying glass.
slightly. It's there. It's there. You can see that. But just the idea, it means that the positions tendencies have completely switched, and you're playing without the bishop effectively. So now you have to set up a defense from white, playing without a bishop,
Mm-hmm.
and that is not easy.
It isn't easy at
Uh,
all. My
yeah, I'm
question
not
is
saying that
posed to white. What does white do?
I'm not saying that black is having like a real advantage here, but if whenever we see those situations that engine is giving you one lines is like zero, even like 0.0 something or zero point 0.1, it's just about the idea that it doesn't see that it's like a forced draw. It
Yeah.
sees after its calculations that there are some ideas against which you have to constantly defend, and
I knew you spoke engine, but at least now I understand where the 0.1 comes from. Because it's like you can see it. It's like not 0, 0, but what does it mean? And now we understand that black has chances to attack and white has to defend now. Because his bishop wants out. It wants to be free. But where does it go?
yeah, because engine simulation is essentially just probabilities, and it's about how likely it thinks that it is to win. So, in a perfect game scenario, how likely it is thinking that it's to win, and if it's thinking that there's a possibility to win it in that perfect game scenario at all, then it means that there is a real possibility to win it in the human kind of scenario.
Mm-hmm. So the probability now, I think I'm going to amp up the engine search time. Let's do this. It's going to infinity which is definitely more than 8 seconds. I think my computer might start suffering and the GPU will melt and implode into itself. Who would you play for here, white or black?
Oh, certainly black. Certainly, I do like active pieces. I do like attacking, exposed king. I do like a knight in an endgame, tricky, jumping around. So many pluses.
Okay, that's a great answer. I was going to say, in an endgame, as much as you might like your knights, sometimes it's better to have a bishop, but here I'm not so sure. I think now the knight can in fact cause more problems for white. I agree with you there.
Bishops are nice when they control a lot of squares. Here we have bishop looking at 3 squares, and we have knight doing a full octopus kind of thingy. And all the directions are actually relevant, every single one of them.
Yeah, I agree with you. And now it's time to do the big think. So I think the thinking time at the moment has to be around 10 minutes, right? She's been thinking for 10 minutes in this position, unsure of what to do. Or maybe less than that, I'm not so sure.
I think she started already think about this, and we have to calculate it. That here she started to think about what to do about it. So, oh yeah, it's still only 8 minutes. Somehow feels whenever Tan is thinking, it always feels like it's super long because it doesn't happen that often that she would be having those long things.
Yeah.
So that's just feeling.
Yeah, so it's often easier to see when Ju Wenjun enters the think tank, which offers us the opportunity to grab a meal, take a walk, come back, sniff the fresh air, and still be in time for the next move. Yeah. What are the candidate moves here for white is my main concern.
So
we need our predictions
F4.
in from Tom's.
It should be F4.
F4.
If the knight feels that it's too beautiful, we should be attacking it.
Mm-hmm.
That would be the candidate number 1.
And
yeah, I guess.
After knight F4, rook, sorry, not rook, knight to C6.
Maybe just a check and looking to make a draw.
Mm-hmm. Right. And after knight takes, bishop takes, rook takes.
The knight takes b4, we could include some king c4 from white side.
Oh.
Little tricks.
Mm-hmm.
But this is, of course, if black wants a draw, this is just a draw. Then rook coming over, king coming here, and that's it. Or just going to pick up those pawns before the pawn gets to a7.
Yeah.
But I think the hard part of f4 is that, as we mentioned, black knight has a lot of interesting squares, and it could as well go here or here.
The knight could go and do the dirty work, because nothing is disturbing the rook right now. But if the knight does go sort of further away from the queen side, then this would be an option.
I would be concerned about king attacking the rook a bit more. As here, we can always escape the rook, and the pawn is only going to move 1 square.
Okay.
But those are just my feelings. Of course, it has to be supported by very, very direct calculation. And would you be worried in such situations to go with the knight somewhere to this direction? Would you prefer to just secure the draw, or you would be looking to play for a win?
If I'm playing against Tan, I'll go for a draw. But if it was someone of the same strength as me, maybe I would try to push for a win and complicate things, especially, okay, if I have enough time on the clock, that is. I think time consideration is important and also knowing your strength in a shorter time format. So if you are confident in blitz, then sure, go for it. Create more problems for your opponent. Otherwise, sometimes you just have to cut your losses and go for a draw. What about you?
I would say that this is one of my biggest flaws in the game. I would always go for a chance to start some sort of game and just yeah, make something muddy in any position, something clear, even yeah, even it can be sometimes just forced position, but just picking up some pawns somewhere else, losing some pawns somewhere else, and just playing for three results. And it very often backfires. Then it's very painful, but also very often it does succeed into something. So yeah, it's something for something. But I guess for me, yeah, those would be the moves. Certainly the or maybe if the opponent's rating would be too high, I would chicken out and go for knight c6. I don't know.
Yeah, it's all relative to the
I think of
situation.
king d3.
Yeah, how are we feeling about this? Because now it's going from, okay, I'm going to change the search time. I'm not so comfortable with infinity. But it's like jumping from zero point 0.0 to minus zero point 0.1. So it's crazy to see the evaluation suddenly drop in Black's favor. But you've explained it quite well why that's the case. And this d pawn is going to wreak havoc real soon. Do you think we're going to see a d3 here?
Oh, I think we could see d3 here, yeah. But also rook d5 is so tempting. And just to be looking to push it forward as quickly as possible. You're just thinking about rook d5, some completely fictional lines. Oh no, we don't manage. I wanted to sacrifice the knight, and then just to show that after, yeah, king c4 we have somewhere d2, but
Ooh.
alright, yeah, d2, and that could just run immediately.
Right,
So
because e6 is also creating those threats that we saw a little bit earlier with checkmate, but unfortunately, black queens would check. Ah, rip. Okay, yeah.
yeah, so I think rook d5 is also an interesting option. Just asking, do you sacrifice the pawn to get your bishop in the game, or how scared are you, or not? And also, it just takes away this, or it doesn't take away. I wanted to say that it takes away the insurance option that white has to put the rook on the d file. Maybe it's still there.
Could very well be, yes. Because then
This
you're
is so
taking and
pretty.
pushing the pawn. Yeah, I'm afraid. You see, some people have fight or flight. I have flight or flight.
How does that how does it work in your case? Oh, we have rook d5
Oh,
actually.
nice. Okay. Yeah, because you could choose a fighting option in any instance, whether it's chess or life. Or you can just choose to flee the situation, and that's me. Not fight or flight, but flight or flight.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Oh, okay. Uh, well, I'm sure it's not exactly the case, considering that you are winning tournaments.
Oh, that's true. I'm so happy that chat is taking notes. F4 violates February's law. Never move the pawns. Exactly. Moving pawns create weaknesses. This is what Tom's said, and this is the rule that we are living by. And bishop b6, we did not see that at all in the analysis. But
Okay,
still keeping things.
finally, this guy's coming back to life.
The bishop sees the light of day. d3? Question mark.
Is it rook d1? a1 and rook coming to d1?
Hmm.
I guess it's the only way to stop the pawn after d3.
Right.
And now f2 is protected. Okay, now we still had king c2 as an option.
Hopefully the knight doesn't have a way to attack the rook, because the only ways to attack the rook would be from b2, c3, e3, or f2, and all those squares are covered at the moment.
Yeah.
Would you
That is a
think king
problem.
c2 here? Well, it's black to move, so king f7 or...
King f7, bishop e3 I would think is the move, knight f3.
King c4. Okay,
Or that.
I got
Yeah,
excited.
that's okay.
Yeah.
No, that's a good idea. That's a very good idea because the pawn runs to b6 and becomes super dangerous. I like it. And here we could end up just making a draw somewhere. Some knight e5 or something.
It feels like a tennis match. Whoever's to move has the ball in their court and can decide, which direction this endgame takes. So it's kind of crazy.
But then maybe that was better to go d3 here immediately, just to delay this bishop b6 move. I think it's a good defense to try, just to bail out, because yeah, without bishop we can be in trouble. With bishop there shouldn't be really any danger. And the problem is that knight doesn't move, as king c4 is just there. Anyways, it's there, so rook d5 didn't avoid that threat.
So how many moves did we say before time trouble? You said 5? You might be right. Because Ju Wenjun is now hitting 3.5 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, that is exactly now happening, but it's somewhere in the middle, 5 to 10, just there.
Bermuda Triangle, I'm telling you.
I don't think we have seen the last turn of events in this game. That is my bet. I don't know the result, but things are still going to happen here.
Indeed.
I think both players are playing for a win at this point.
Oh, that is spicy. Okay, question though. What is Ju considering? An immediate d3 or perhaps something
Perhaps some
else?
moves like g5 and securing the knight on e5, where it's controlling the king advance squares. Maybe looking for some g4 to secure it even more. And then if f4 comes, then at least like all the pawns are flying there. Or simply h5 and next move g5.
So the king is just content. Well, not content, but rather in the acceptance phase of the grieving process, that it will never become active.
Oh, but now that you mentioned that, I guess we can also consider knight d7 as a move.
What just happened?
And where do we go? I guess bishop c5 is the only logical move. And after taking, we can do some funny business like king c4. Yeah, and I think that works out good enough for white. Like you can maintain equality with this maneuver. It's actually hard to make decision here what to do next with black. Is it rook d8? Is it d3?
I was looking at ways that black could just sacrifice the rook, but that is just wishful thinking. It doesn't work at all.
Oh yeah, I really wish to do that as well, but I guess it doesn't work. And I guess knight d7, bishop c5, we would have to play now d3. King c4 was too strong.
That makes sense.
But anyways, it feels like it was a nice inclusion.
So the bishop makes it back to e3 and rook a1, maybe?
No, but okay, we have to go rook a1 first. Otherwise d2, d1 is coming.
Right.
But now minimum we can get this endgame. Suddenly, of course it's a draw. The d3 pawn is falling, but black is in driver's seat. So this inclusion of knight d7 and forcing the bishop to c5 could have been an interesting idea, I think. But instead she opted for d3, rook d1 and knight f3 immediately. And now rook d1 is on the board.
So black is in the driver's seat but running out of gas because of the time situation. I'm freaking out. I don't know what is going to happen, but I do know for a fact that Ju and Jun is going to start playing on increment once again. We've seen this on multiple occasions. Do you think they're both still playing for a win here?
I think so.
Okay.
I think this was Tan was kind of trying to lure her to go forward with the d pawn and hoping that in time trouble black somewhere loses d pawn. And maybe Ju and Jun is no longer playing for a win. Not really. Maybe 97 if she played, I would say that she was playing for a win or something, but here I think she's trying to set up a fortress, unbreakable one. Yeah, I think like Chad is pointing out that it might be necessary to refresh the live board, as that one seems to be a bit stuck.
Oh, good point. Thank you so much, because I was looking at the one that I had. Brilliant. Okay, I think it is live now. Sorry about that. Thank you. Yes, it should be live now. Should be alive now.
I know that we have asked this question already multiple times, but I think the dynamics of the position are changing also constantly. So, which side are you playing now?
Are you asking me which side am I playing on the board or with the clocks? Because my answer could change either way. If I have 27 minutes, I'll choose that side. If the time wasn't relevant to your question, then I might actually choose to play with the black pieces.
It is very well thought through.
What about you?
Yeah, I would get too excited, regardless of the time situation, about the prospects of such a d3 pawn and the knight, so would be just picking black, even though probably objectively there is no reason to do that.
I see. So king f7 and some more thinking by Tan Zhongyi. And could you quickly just remind me how to pronounce Zhongyi that you suggested, because I completely forgot.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I remember correctly as well.
Oh dear.
I think Tan Zhongyi.
Zhongyi. Zhongyi.
Yeah, I
Okay.
don't know how deep I should put the first sound, but that was how it sounded to me when I was listening.
I will try to practice in the mirror later. Yeah, looking at chat and catching up. If 5 minutes feels like 3 minutes, what does 3 minutes feels like? Absolute and utter panic. That's what it feels like. Yes. Should white be considering king c4 here or king c3? Because I think this is very similar to what we spoke about earlier.
Yeah, king c4 now is exactly running into king e6 idea. And the point is that we don't want to take the pawn anyways, as there is a nice fork. And we don't manage to go b5. Or do we manage? We do manage. King can go to b4 still. Yeah, certainly you should consider king c4. You should consider both of those moves. Those should be, I think, white's those two moves and bishop to e3 should be the three candidate moves in this position for white. And yeah, just should choose between those. And king c3 is on the board.
Your suggestion now if king e6, just rook takes d3 is possible. And what if d2? Because that looks like the most logical move here, d2. And maybe bishop e3? What would you say? Yeah, d2 was played.
That's going to happen. And this might be in time trouble. Like this kind of position could check how cold-blooded you are,
Oh
because
dear.
you probably are losing the d2 pawn,
Yes.
and you have to decide what you're doing for it.
Mm-hmm. Cold-blooded in what sense? Could you make an example, please?
I'm thinking which would be the best move, but I think that some idea like king e6, if we take, and now this is pinned, and there is not much progress that we can make. I don't know
Very
if king
true.
d7 was necessary at all. So okay, cold-blooded maybe like this, h5 instead of king f7, just to avoid to avoid all the checks. Like h5, if you take, just g5 for example.
And then maybe having to give up this pawn to relieve the bishop would be an idea.
Yeah, something like this. Yeah. So just being without a pawn, but saying that yeah, white can't improve at all in this position. And she chose king e6. King e6, I was worried a bit. Probably it works, but after bishop takes d2, oh, I don't have any checks. I don't have any checks anyways. This is what we have on the board, by the way.
Yep, bishop takes d2 is played, allowing it, pinning the rook. Yeah, I didn't actually realize there was that pin on the rook, which seems quite hard to deal with because you don't want to move the king backwards, and you're
I
allowing
really like
blacks some
g5
space.
now.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to allow h4. I still want to play this for a win with black. As
Cold-blooded.
always.
There we go.
And g5 is, first of all, if we have some endgames where white is trying to give this up. Wow, she is really going cold-blooded on this.
Yep.
Knight takes h2. But yeah, this is why I stopped on king e6 move. Because
Now
I
there's a
felt,
check.
yeah, like I felt like now knight h2 is not good. And this can become a very dangerous pawn.
A minute is not a lot of time. And I'm feeling hopeful again, now that the knight is sort of out of action and taking a bit of a vacation there on the flank, that Tang Zhongyi does have a lot of time here to consider her options, including rook e1 check, getting the rook out of the pin, and trying to promote this pawn. Because where does the king go? I'm assuming here the king, you don't want to block with the rook because taking, and this is a passed pawn at the end of the day, with rook to e5. So perhaps, if you bring a king to d6, there's even a check, quite a nice check. So what happens? Okay, rook e1 is on the board.
I'm just thinking if rook h1 was not also something to seriously consider here.
Ooh, I do like that.
And,
Coming
just
back.
win this tempo a bit. Now, okay, you get h5, but now it's my move. Ooh, or even going further. Okay, I'm just thinking along the way. Okay, I can't make the b5 work, so perhaps I make the b5 work in this way. Rook b1.
Right, because black has to spend an extra move bringing the knight back. But with the tempo, because after knight f3 times, maybe after bishop e3, there's bringing the knight to e5.
But still b5 is coming, I
B5.
think.
Speedy Gonzalez.
Yeah, so that is exactly like why I took it back in that moment, and now I switched to wanting to play this position, because now white doesn't get out really, and I can prepare all the things, and then I want to take it. in some perfect scenario when everything is ready for it.
Yeah, some people in the Lichess chat are like, she flagged, but no, it might have been a king d7, I think, after check. So king d7 might have been played.
Just to illustrate some idea as well, like even if white would try to keep the balance like this, now
Yeah.
could be some moves like knight e5 and going for the h3 pawn, since you cannot still move those guys.
Oh, and the king is sort of out of commission too.
Yeah, black's king was, it's in the square, so it's close enough. We don't need to have it closer. It's
But white can't avoid the check without moving back.
yeah, you probably have to move back, and then this could be losing to something like this.
Oh my gosh, that's beautiful.
Or it's not. What?
Oh no.
The engine is laughing about me. Why is the engine laughing about me?
Oh, because the knight can't retreat into the center, so b5. No, but you said the king is in the square.
What is happening?
I don't know.
No, then I can catch the pawn. Please.
Oh, perhaps. We leave the pawn there and we just go after the knight, because where's the knight gonna go? And then we start pushing and pick up this pawn.
Okay, so that was some brilliant idea that is not working apparently. Yeah.
Oh gosh,
Okay, that's too much.
it's a lot.
But yeah, these are the lines along which I was thinking, and probably along which I could lose the game by trying to win it if it was my game. So
You're going to try and
what
win
we
it
have-
for white.
no, for the black in the
Oh.
previous case. Yeah,
Okay.
but yeah, now of course black has to drop all the dreams of playing it for a win. Knight h2 is like one of those moves that you kind of play because you are hoping to play for a win, I think. But then it just turns out that yeah, you have to defend after all, and you're defending still a worse position, and with no time on the clock. Wow, this is gonna be very tough.
Yeah. It's a crazy dynamic, feeling like, okay, there's peace. Oh, I have chances to win. Oh no, I'm defending again. It's a whole roller coaster of emotions. So knight g4. Is that the move that was played? Yes.
So are we gonna see bishop c5, knight e5 to stop rook e7, then something like f4, knight c6,
Mm-hmm.
and then king coming forward? Well, but how do you stop it? King coming forward, b5.
Tan is playing quickly again. And rook e7 is a very serious threat. Do you think we'll see knight e5 here?
I don't see how else to stop rook e7.
Hmm. But knight e5, well, let me see. Knight e5? Oh, rook a1. Because what I was thinking was rook d3 just pushes the king backwards. So maybe it would have been nice to play rook e3 instead. So in this position, rook e3, with the idea of playing f4 or something like that. But then the knight just goes back to c6, I'm not sure.
My thought was that if you give a check on d3 after king c2 when your knight is hanging, you are losing a piece, I think. If the
Right.
pawn was an f4.
Oh,
So-
okay. Yeah.
That's why I also wanted to play f4 to stop rook d3 from coming. And king e6 wouldn't be possible as well if we played it so. Now
So
f4.
quickly.
Okay. She does like to play for time.
Yeah.
What about 97 and going for those pawns with the king?
Adventurous again. But perhaps would it make sense to go check in rook d6?
So knight d7, check, king f5, rook d6.
Maybe not.
Ooh, that's scary. Okay, the minimum is that we have a draw immediately after rook takes c5, and that endgame is gonna be very, very easy draw with in one side of the board with 3 against 2, knight against rook.
But there's a check. I
So,
think there's a little check there at the end. Is it?
ooh, okay, yeah, a little
Oh.
one.
It's okay.
So it's not there. Okay, all my
We blame Monday.
dreams.
It's okay.
But here as well, we can pick up the g3 pawn, and the knight is rather well placed to stop the big pawn to get sacrificed, and these pawns are just gonna be running. Wow, we have king f5 and 97. She's going for it.
Yes. But instead of rook a6, there was rook to e1. So lots of fast moves. I think this evaluation bar is going to have a field day over the next couple of moves.
Okay, now we gonna see rook e7, I think. You gotta attack those pawns. But I just feel like, yeah, Tan should have been a bit more accurate, like on the thinking process, like not just play on time, but really dig into the position and think of some sequence of moves, really nasty ones, and then to deliver it. Like find some tricks, some traps or something like this, because with the speed they are playing, it's like they both would be in time trouble.
True. This feels like a win for white. But then again, because what if taking with the pawn, playing rook back, and simply just trying to defend g3 until you're able to play here feels
Yeah,
right.
this is gonna be, I think, quite drawish. So first of all, okay, king b5. This is the bigger concern. So let's go g5. Now, if you take, I'm just gonna go. Okay, then I will just take the pawn. We are gonna promote kind of simultaneously, more or less. And just the idea, if you go for this, I'm just gonna put king on g4 and go h5, h4, h3.
Oh, I see, okay.
And sacrifice the rook. So I think it's very quickly heading for a draw now.
All right. I would still be a little bit afraid with the black pieces, but she wouldn't have traded into this endgame without at least calculating or knowing that it's a draw.
Yeah, because
and g5 has been
here,
played.
the problem is that the king g4, we have no rook h3. We can still keep it with rook g7, but I think that it's very quickly going to be over here because we cannot really progress. King b5, king d5, then we can go just here, and if you go something like c6, I feel like we can just take the pawn.
Right.
And here,
And go back and take it.
Yeah, in these kind of positions, even though you can advance, with the king so far away, we are just gonna be easily in time to force you to give up the rook and just a draw.
What a ride! Wow. If only that rook was a queen.
So she spotted knight c5 and just decided, okay, I'm in time trouble, I'm not gonna risk anymore, and just to get out of the trouble there, potentially any trouble.
Huge considerations, because maybe it's still a chance to try and complicate things like you mentioned. Of course, with fewer pieces on the board, that's more difficult to do. But when you can, you use the opportunity to try to make things a little bit more difficult to calculate. As you mentioned, finding a sequence of moves that are going to make Ju and Jun think harder and longer. I wonder if that's still possible.
it might not be possible. This could be just a kind of, at this point already, uh, just theoretical kind of endgame position where uh, where it's straightforward. For a player like Juve and Jun, it should be just very, very straightforward. All the moves here, without need to really think on it too much.
Mm-hmm.
Could have been, this could have been the last moment to try to still keep the things somewhat complicated.
Right.
Wait, was this the position? It was the position, right?
Yeah, but not f4. I think she played rook a1 in this position.
Yeah.
But this was, yes.
Very, very quickly, like multiple times in this game, in critical moments, she didn't spend her time, but she just quickly did the move, and yeah, missing some defensive resources due to just, I guess, simply due to speed, and yeah, this is just so annoying to play from the black side, especially on 1 minute.
That is very
Get
true.
c4, rook d2, of course on b5 there are some ideas on the draw with rook c2, but we don't have to force things at the moment.
Maybe bring the king in, playing king b5.
King b5, king b6, yeah,
Hmm.
that is unpleasant. And also, I just realized that even in this, we do still have an option to go with a king to e4. So it's not like there's a perpetual check or anything. So the pawn, you have to be aware that there's a pawn on b5. And there is no forced draw, I think, after this. As opposed here, we just have a very, very forced outcome.
Mm-hmm. I think they're repeating. It looks like it. Yeah. Seems to just be the case. Well, I think they repeated once, and now it is up to Tan whether she wants to continue with the repetition or not.
Yeah, she will. She will go for it probably. She could try out this rook g7 and just to see if black goes for rook c3, rook g3.
Yeah.
But I think it will be played instantly anyways.
And it's crazy to think that even if the game ends in a draw, it was still a huge fight with both players having even the slightest of chances in the game. You're gonna have to remind me. Game 1 was pretty peaceful from start to finish, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah. And then we saw decisive results and still more fighting chess. So I think it's good news for us, Toms, going into the rest of the match.
But if I would have to say which game was the most fighting one, I would say that it was this one.
Yeah.
And the results of the games that we had, they came out of endgame mistakes. But here we had just chances throughout the whole game, all the time. And they were appearing, they were disappearing back and forth, but yeah, they were there. And the position was complicated, unbalanced the entire time. So it was an interesting game to follow.
Yes, lots of moments that we could take a look at. I think the variations, the dream variations that you have brought up on the board definitely looked very exciting and incredible, because that would have helped the players convert their games. I don't think they had the stream up today, unfortunately. That's why your predictions went on point, but honestly your predictions may have been better than the text moves. Don't tell the players, chat. It's a secret. You're signing a non-disclosure. Yeah.
So tomorrow we are gonna have a rest day, and then players are gonna play their last two rounds in Shanghai before a bigger break and traveling to the second stage of the match in Chongqing. Uh,
Do you know why they're changing venues and cities?
I don't know for sure, but
Hmm.
my best guess would be that it's to do with the organizational costs and some sponsor uh, that some sponsorship that they can claim that the championship is happening in two different places. So there can be sponsors from two different cities. I know that it was the case in the previous match because those are simply the two hometowns of the players. But I do not know if in this case Tan is actually from Chongqing or no.
Mm.
So if anybody in the chat knows, then you can share this information with us.
Yeah,
But but yeah, it's just that it takes, I guess, a lot of financing to organize a world championship match, and the more sponsors you can have, the better it is for players.
exactly. Watch companies. Yes, I agree. The better it is for chess. And I honestly feel like they already had a result and a handshake, but we will wait patiently for the transmission to reflect that result too. And Han spent about 4 minutes thinking now. What do you think she's thinking about?
Yeah, I would feel like it's really the game has been finished and we simply don't know about it. Uh, yeah, if anybody has a view on the camera, then you can let us know if it's really over or not, or it's true that she's thinking about some things here.
Hmm. Yeah, I watched an interview recently where the interviewer asked the interviewee, "What do you think about?" And then she got cut off and she said, uh, "Girl, what is thinking? I don't think. Thinking is ghetto. I know." It was great. Yeah, so instead of thinking here, we gotta know things rather because we don't want to be ghetto. Yeah, thinking of refilling the free coffee. Yeah, we should also get a coffee sponsor for the commentators, I believe. It would benefit us hugely. Oh, it is not a draw. They are continuing. So we have King B5 on the board.
Wow. This is another long game, another 5 hour one.
5 hours, true, yes. We are nearing 5 hour mark.
Do you
Um,
think we're gonna hit 5 hours or not?
we might. We might. But okay, I think given the time left on the clock, maybe not. Because we'll see a move from Ju and Jun in the next 30 seconds for sure. And maybe that will be King G4, maybe that will be Rook to B2. Seems a lot of moves actually draw this. We might even see Rook G2.
Yeah, it is very standard kind of drawn position here, and I think the challenge, bigger one here, would be how not to draw it rather than how to draw it.
Hmm.
I think we already are at this point, yeah. That the avoiding draw is getting harder than actually finding it.
Would it make sense for white to try and play G4 if they can, so that the king is stuck in front of the pawn a little bit less further up the board, even though that probably won't make much of a difference in the long run?
I think it wouldn't help too much white since our main ideas are anyways with giving up the rook and promoting the pawn, and then we want our king to be as advanced as possible. So not in this case, although if you could set up some position with rook on d7 and then you give a check on g4 and get somehow rook to c4 with a check,
That is
then
spicy. You might try it.
then perhaps. Although the pawns are almost on the same level, so
No.
it's gonna take a while to get there.
Mm-hmm. Or even the idea of playing. Oh, wait. C6. Rook takes g3. Rook d7.
So setting up some tricks with rook d5, rook c5.
Mm-hmm. Question mark. Question mark.
Yeah, she could try something like that.
Or even trying to get the rook behind the pawn immediately. But then king g4. I'm not so sure. Or perhaps first king b4. Rook takes g3. And yeah.
Ooh. And rook h2.
Yeah, you have to jump in at
Just a
any
second.
time because I don't have any idea what I'm speaking about here.
No, you have very good ideas. You're actually finding some ways for something to happen here. I was not succeeding in that. I think here we just put a king in front of the pawn, and
I
we're
see that.
very comfortable.
Okay, first here then. But then just rook here. Rook g1.
Yeah, just rook g1.
Dang it.
G4.
Push the pawn because the king's far away.
What did we have on the board? We had c6 on the
At
board.
c6. Mm-hmm.
And no rook d7. I
Darn it.
So we have the simple stuff.
Mm-hmm.
King b6, g4, and signing the papers, basically.
The adoption
Oh, no.
papers.
Not g4 though. That is the last blunder.
Ooh, lovely. Okay, we have to see this. Whether it happens
Oh,
or
no, it's
not.
not.
I don't think it will,
Even
but...
this doesn't lose.
Oh, it doesn't.
You can't-
Oh
you
my
can't just
gosh.
blunder. It's just not possible to blunder here. This is crazy. And now we are at the time. And now we win.
Don't do this to us, Toms. Oh gosh. Okay. And yeah, maybe rook to g5 was necessary.
I was so excited to see a way to blunder here, but even not succeeding at all.
So not how to win, but how to blunder. So king to b6, with the idea of just playing simply king to b7 and avoid any complications. But it's so much better when it is Ju and Jin to move because she has less time to move, and so the moves will come in more frequently to seal the deal.
I think she's thinking if to go for g4 or no. If it's worth the risk. After 5 hours of playing with all the tension, you are probably doubting yourself and even simple things.
Yeah, definitely. You want to make sure that the conversion is as smooth as possible. Though, question, if here, check, king e6, and then we go check again. Oh, but that doesn't make any sense anyway, because here. Okay, I take it back. Let's go back. How do you go back? There we go. Yeah.
So the safe approach, king f4. Maybe now some move like rook h6, just to try some last trick.
Possibly. But would we then just see an immediate rook takes c7?
I think we could just take it already. Yeah, seems to be just in time, and we have to stop the pawn somewhere. There are no tricks with rook f6 and getting the king closer. The king is just far away. Yeah, so this would be quickly over. She gave a check on f7, so that just draws the black king even further. Ah, so he should
Ooh,
think for
rook here.
this,
Yeah,
but
I was
still a
also
draw.
looking at that. Uh,
Just cannot blunder.
yeah, I'm like wondering what's going on because it's winning
Oh,
for
you can
white.
blunder. What? You found the blunder? Oh, I was... Okay, so this endgame is winning. Okay, that's
Somehow.
exciting. There
Ah,
is a way. Nice, there is a way to lose it. So here, the king is just in time, apparently. The white king
I
is
see.
just in time.
So if king, yeah, then you have to give a check
Here.
maybe. Oh, I see. Okay. And you can maybe get like a back rank checkmate situation. That is so funny. King here
Oh, and
and
we can just play king
yeah.
f3,
Oh
yeah.
wait.
No, not this. We have to check first. We have to check first.
Oh
King
right.
here.
Because they could promote to a knight. Yes. No. Okay.
Yes, but here we force the king over. And now if you promote to the knight, you have this classical situation that the knight, I think, doesn't help. No, I'm again blundering.
I think it's a draw.
Okay, I am... I guess I'm a bit tired. Wait, I can't... What was the win here? It's such a basic endgame, I think. But my brain is... Oh, king g3. Thank you.
Maybe. I'm not sure. Is it? Yes. Okay. I'm trying
Yes,
not
it's
to
king
look at the
g3.
engine. I want to learn at my end games. So the use of an engine is just going to be not helpful at all. Yeah. All right. Very nice. Let's go.
So
We
king
found a
g3
victory.
point is
Drawing
the
water out of a rock. Yes?
Just for the spectators, yeah, the idea is that now after king f1, we can actually give a check and force the king back to g1.
Hmm.
And now we have time to
What is the move here?
set up the things in our own way. Um,
Oh, I see. You can threaten checkmate. King goes here. Or you have to bring the rook all the way here. King goes here, you check the king again, king goes here, and then you can go here.
and then there is no stalemate as it would be in the case of rook f2, king h1.
Yes.
Yeah, rook f2 doesn't work simply because we have king h1, and if you take, it's a stalemate. And otherwise we promote.
Yep.
So do we have a result, or they are still playing?
They're still playing. Tan is thinking right now.
Wow.
We can go back to the current position. Back to live.
So no king g3 blunder, king e4, the simple logical move.
Oh, I think I accidentally flipped the board. There we go.
And looking for a trick. She did find a trick. I mean, that's very nice. Can she find any more tricks here? Probably not.
Yeah,
Probably not.
we found all the ones. It was like a scavenger hunt for ways to win. And as much as we like to see the king away from the dark squared pawn, or rather just the black pawn here, even playing something like this might not be enough, right? What happens? King... What happens after rook f6?
Then I am very happy to take, because this king is blocking the white king from coming over. So we are gonna be very content when taking here and playing g4.
Oh, right, because at the end, after rook g6, there's just king f6 protecting the pawn. Yeah. That is a toughie.
And then just step by step.
Understood.
But she's thinking. She is thinking.
Yeah.
But it's also such an interesting phenomenon that sometimes players who are playing very, very quickly, then they tend to start thinking the most heavily after the chances are missed. Like you play quickly, you miss some chance, and then you are kind of frustrated because you missed the chance, and then you're trying to heavily think to actually find something, as opposed very often that what is that if you would be taking a bit more time in this one moment when which is critical, then it would be possible to actually create those chances and maybe also win the game.
Indeed. Choosing, I mean, realizing when it is a critical moment, I feel like that is purely based on just your chess knowledge and intuition. And to train yourself to identify critical moments, it's difficult. I remember I'm still struggling with it now, but it was a lot harder when I was 1600, 1700, trying to figure out when it is I needed to spend my time in a position. Of course, you need to double, triple check on simple moves that are recaptures and so on, but critical moments that deserve a lot more time are hard to identify. Do you find that?
Mm, if you have to like to decide, I guess, which one is the critical moment in the game, yeah, I would agree to that. But I guess I'm more more struggling not to think on the moments which are not critical, rather than to find the critical moments when to think. Is the
Oh,
other.
that's complicated. That sounds like a something Yoda would say. Oh. I wonder if there, in the history of chess, has ever been someone at a world championship match who has lost on time.
Oh, it was the games. The Ding lost on time, right? Some game against Nepomniachtchi. They played the match, I think.
Oh,
Uh,
might have
but
been.
with increment, I think nobody has. But since they did the stuff without increment,
All right.
then it happened.
Yeah. Oh, true. Okay, I suppose I should have edited my question there with increment. But there used to be this rule with games without increment where you could claim like a, I'm not sure, it was like a 10.2 rule where it's both offering a draw as well as if your opponent were to decline the draw, you would be both given something like 5 or 10-second increment. This was a rule in a FIDE handbook at some point. Maybe someone in chat can either confirm or deny this, but I know that it was definitely used at FIDE rated tournaments for a while. I'm not sure if they have updated this or not. Have you used that rule before?
No, 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 no. I have never. I had never heard of this rule to be honest before. So it's very interesting. Interesting for me to hear that it was the case. And yeah, it's fascinating how many different time controls, different versions of everything, has been tried and still is being tried.
They're gonna
Wow,
play this out.
nobody wants to offer a draw. I mean,
No.
but I think this would be played out normally.
Yeah.
Also in my games, like why to offer a draw? Just play it out. It's easier. Just do those few moves.
For who? It's a pride thing, I'm sure.
It's just going with the rule that not to complicate your own life. If you never offer a draw, then you never offer a draw, and that's it.
Oh, right. So it's a matter of principles. Understood. Gotcha. Yeah, this would often be the case of when I just started playing chess. My coach would tell me to play at least an hour before accepting any sort of result. And that way I'd be able to sit and think rather than rushing all of my moves. And yeah, that would be instances like this where I would, even if I know it's a draw, just keep on playing.
I thought you were gonna mention that then you would be blundering and then sitting, spending all your time just to hit 1 hour.
Oh, that would be rough and very rude. Yes,
I know cases, a lot of cases where kids do that. So that's why it was my association. Nothing personal,
not at all.
just
It's okay, I don't
common
take offense.
strategy.
Mm-hmm. And there we have it probably. Yeah, after rook takes g2. Or king d2. That's the best move on the board. No, it's not. Okay. I think, I think, Tom's, this is a draw.
And they did hit 5 hours once again.
Indeed, we made the 5 hour mark. Congratulations. But wow. So, if you were to summarize that game in just a couple of words, what would you say?
I would say missed chances. That would be my summary of the game. Or that would be the title of the article, I guess.
Okay, missed chances. I like that. That's very short and sweet. And I definitely want to read that article to know what chances were indeed missed. And I think I would say pretty much the same. But this was a whole 5 hours, and I'm sure both of us are looking forward to lunch. Have you eaten yet?
Oh no, no. Yeah,
Not
just
yet.
quick breakfast. Had some some cake for breakfast actually.
Oh, birthday
And
cake for breakfast. Let's go. I can't even think of a better breakfast than birthday cake. There you go. But this was a huge pleasure. Players are going into a rest day tomorrow and then continuing on Wednesday, I believe. Are you going to be joining me on Wednesday, Toms?
yes, I'm here all the way. You are not gonna get rid of me
Oh,
just
brilliant.
yet.
That's great. So this is our prep for our next tournament. I don't know when your next event is. Are you playing in any league soon?
The season for leagues is over.
Okay.
Just at this moment, I think all the leagues are over. So my next one is the Latvian Championship, which is at the end of the month, actually.
Wow. Well, big good luck for the preparation. That's quite a juggle between commentating and preparing for the Latvian Championship. That's exciting.
And this is the best preparation. I am forced to do a lot of end games, a lot of end game calculation. So yeah, that's the best.
That's great. Yes, so we're going to take a rest and we will see you guys on Wednesday. Any final remarks for today, Toms?
Yeah, just thank you all for watching and make sure to join Wednesday because I'm sure that stuff is gonna just get more and more intense. And the less games are left, the bigger is the pressure on players. So the more fun for us to to see them crack, maybe sometimes under the pressure.
Yeah, that's very true. Thanks everyone for being here and see you next time. Bye bye.
Bye bye.